All right, I have that it's 1 o'clock now, so I will call the February 9th, 2021 meeting of the Douglas County Planning Commission to order. I will call the roll to determine that we have a quorum. If when I call your name, you would answer. Nick?
Here.
Christy?
Present.
Bryce?
Present.
Mark?
Here.
Brian?
Here.
Maureen?
Present.
So we have all 7 members of the Planning Commission. We have a quorum. And Nick, if I could ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Nick. We will now take public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission. Additional public comment periods may be allowed on individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairperson. It is requested that members of the public comment on those agenda items when they are considered. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on items 1 and 2 when they are discussed by the Planning Commission. I will also allow public comment on approval of the agenda and the minutes since they are for possible action. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person on matters over which the Planning Commission has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. The Planning Commission wants to encourage the respectful consideration of all views by members of the public. If the content of any voicemail or is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interfering with the rights of others, the voice message will be skipped to the next public comment. Public comment is now 1:02, and Colleen, we can start with the public comments of those people who are on the Zoom call, and then we can move to public comment for those people who have left recorded comments. That'll allow additional time for people to call in. The public comment phone line is 775-783-6088, 775-783-6088. And I would like to take the chair's prerogative to congratulate Sam Taylor on his new addition to his family. So congratulations, Sam. We look forward to your continued good work and enjoy your family. So having said that, we'll move to a public comment. Colleen, do you want to recognize individuals for their public comment, and then we'll move to the recorded comments?
Yes, please. Thank you. First, I have up Ellie Waller, who wanted to make comment on the initial comment. Go ahead, Ellie. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I'd like to thank Colleen and all staff for assisting the public in meeting participation. I'd like to thank new member Nick Meyer for requesting items for discussion. With that said, there are possibly 4 out of 6 items in the public will not get to comment on. I have and will continue to ask that the public be allowed to comment on all items, because sometimes staff presentations and commissioners' comments need the public to be weighed in on. I further request, and now thank you for items 1 and 2. So I will want to comment on item 1 to start with, and possibly 2, and I can let Colleen know. So I'll hold that. Let's see. Okay. As well, the public should be able to participate during the discussion on item 4. Future housing, building permits, growth management, and any building in the county affects all us constituents. So we may want to weigh in on some of those suggested things. When reviewing the statistics of vested and other lots recorded doesn't mean they've been built upon. Let's use Clear Creek as an example. The year approval was 2003, 384 units approved, 223 lots recorded through 2020, and 51 permits through 2020. We still don't know what's been built up there, maybe 20 houses. With the growth management ordinance, It's first come in getting a permit authorized. How long are residential permits allowed to stand without building? Then there's the Virginia Ranch project that was just purchased. It was approved in 2004 for 1,020 units. 0 were built. That segues back to item 1, which I'll comment on, that should go back to the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners for approval. Entitlements, not just permit extensions, should have expiration dates. I apologize, I have my comments in order here. Item number 3 is also only open for discussion only. The public may have suggestions for 2021 priorities, significance that differ from you commissioners. So I think that is another topic that should be possibly weighed in on. Thank you again. I'm sorry for the confusion in the order that I spoke today. I will hold my comments for item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Next up, we have Jim Slade. Go ahead, Jim, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Jim Slade. Near the end of your last meeting, Member Olin asked staff if they had any sense of direction from the new commissioners regarding development. The Community Development Director responded, "Not yet." That was a surprising response given what some of the county commissioners had clearly stated were their goals and priorities at their January 4th meeting. Commissioner Gardner stated, "Development never pays for itself. More needs to be done to ensure that development is not being subsidized for the rest of the taxpayers. Keep our county rural. The county has had too many master plan amendments that encourage more housing development. It's highly questionable whether these amendments were necessary and met the required findings. There was no demonstrated need for those amendments. The amendments favored the development community over other needs. The prior board's generosity to the development community is already straining our most precious commodity, water. I support putting a stop to the rolling over of unallocated building permits from year to year. I support restricting drawdowns on the current bank to assure we don't have another boom then bust housing cycle that the county has previously experienced. Those priorities are crucial to the fulfilling the desire of the county to stay rural." Those are all his words, not mine. Commissioner Tarkanian stated, "It's very clear that the residents do not want significant growth. They want limited growth to keep our rural community the way it is." Commissioner Nosad stated his primary goals: control aquifer depletion, citing the drain caused by uncontrolled growth. He urged a new study. Control new growth by placing a moratorium on the issuance of building permits and future development plans until water and traffic studies are concluded, in keeping with the intention of the master plan to keep our county rural in nature. Control variances, which are principally requested so that the developer can extract more profit. Control master plan amendments, saying it should not be changed anytime a developer concludes it inhibits his plan for profit. All his words. Chairman Engels concluded by stating the common thread was the desire to retain our rural character, citing the problems with massive developments and effects on the out of control congestion of our roads. He also emphasized that the amount of water in an aquifer is finite and that a new USGS study is needed. So I would say that the sentiment of the new board is quite clear, and their direction to staff and the Planning Commission as well. We need to control growth, in part by limiting master plan amendments and variances, by being diligent in making sure that the required findings for them meet both the letter and intent of county code and the master plan. Staff, and to a certain degree the Planning Commission, have appeared to be more than happy to support the will of the majority of the pro-growth board in recent years, despite a predictable 3-2 split. The new board and the public expects you and staff to be equally supportive in words and deeds of the viewpoint of the current board. Thank you.
All right. Those are the 2 that we have joining us on Zoom. I have 1 call.
Okay, go ahead and play that, Maureen.
Hold on just a second.
This is James McCallum. I am for the Gordonville Ranchos Community Plan being included in the Douglas County Master Plan. Though I'm a Ranchos trustee, I'm speaking today as a private citizen. It was as a private citizen that I served on the committee for the community plan. The purpose of the committee was to express the thoughts and desires of our community. We're not trying to zone or dictate land use, to articulate such desires as multifamily homes not being adjacent to single-family homes. We were told that there would be a process. We scheduled community hearings, which were canceled and rescheduled due to COVID. And then the plan was submitted finally for approval to the Ranchos Board of Trustees. I was supposed to lead to this plan being included in the county master plan as we were promised. It's only after this process was completed that we learned it wouldn't be. I know there are differences between towns and GIDs. However, we are a GID that is larger than the towns combined. We represent almost a quarter of the county's population. Most GIDs are a fraction of that. There has to be a way of not ignoring a demographic of this size. Do not tell 12,000 people they don't count. When it's an obligation of the county to the ranchers, the rules never seem to apply. The county received funds from the developer to extend Drayton to be a required secondary access for the range out of development. The road was never built, and I don't think it ever will be. It's supposed to be built after 20 homes. The Rancho Sierra planning staff drew a felt pen on a map to represent the secondary access, totally unaware that they utilized a 70-year-old bridge that couldn't possibly support emergency vehicles, which is one of the reasons the secondary access is required. That have happened for Gardnerville or Minden? I doubt it. My point is that the Ranchos is not being treated as an equal. Now the master plan leaves out the Ranchos community plan. I think we know what the right thing to do is, to work with the Ranchos trustees, the Board of County Commissioners, and to achieve this. Ranchos is a part of the county. In fact, it's the largest community in the county. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
That's the
Anything else,
last one.
Colleen? That was the last one? Okay.
Yes.
I would indicate to members who are on the Zoom meeting that you can use the chat function to alert Colleen if you would like to speak on items number 1 and number 2. We will also have a closing public comment. I know when the Planning Commission met in person, we did not have closing public comment, but in the interests of having extended public comment, we will have closing public comment today, and that will be an opportunity for members of the public either on the Zoom call or who would like to call in to make comments on any of the agenda items that have not been open for public comment. In addition, as I have said in the past, you can always email your written comments to planning@douglasnv.us, and they will be included in the meeting record. So that is an additional way for individuals to comment on any of the agenda items today. And those comments should be received by 4 o'clock on the day of the, or excuse me, at any time during the day of the meeting. So those are additional ways to exercise public comment. Anything else, Colleen, or can we close public comment?
I think you can close public comment.
Okay. As of 1:13, then opening public comment is closed, and we will move on to the agenda. The first issue is for possible action, approval of proposed agenda. We have 6 items on our agenda, and I would note the Planning Commission reserves the right to take items in a different order, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to an item on the agenda at any time. I would open it to Planning Commission members if they have any comments or questions on the agenda. And if not, then I would open it for any public comment on the agenda that we have today. Anybody on the Planning Commission, if you would like to raise your hand for comments on the agenda? If not, do any members of the public have comments since this item is for possible action on approval of the agenda? Maureen, did you have a comment?
No, I'm just seeing no comments and hearing no comments from the public. I'll move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Maureen. Maureen moves to adopt the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Mark, I saw your hand up. Nick, I saw you too, but Mark seconds the approval of the agenda. Is there discussion on approval of the agenda? Seeing no discussion, I'll call the roll. Nick?
Present.
Your aye? On the
Aye.
Thank you, Nick. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. So in this vote, there's 7 votes aye, no votes nay, and the agenda is approved. We'll now move to approval of the minutes. This is for possible action. This is the draft minutes, the Planning Commission on January 12th, 2001. I have one notation. The minutes indicate that the meeting was held in the Douglas County Administrative Building located at 1594 Esmeralda Avenue in Minden and was streamed via live stream. I've been advised that the district attorney's office recommends we include that language. We did not actually have a physical meeting at that location, but since that's the location that the meeting was streamed through, that's why the notation is that we held the meeting in the administrative building. So that would be my only comments on the minutes. Are there other comments or corrections to the minutes, Maureen?
I emailed my 2 corrections to the clerk as requested prior to this meeting. And if no one else has corrections, I'll move adoption of the minutes with the corrections as submitted.
Okay, I would like to open it up since this is for possible action. We usually don't have public comments on the minutes, but are there any people in the public who would like to comment on the minutes of the last meeting? Okay. Is there a second to Maureen's motion to approve the minutes?
Nick, second.
Thank you very much, Nick. Maureen moves and Nick seconds approval of the minutes of the January 12th meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call the roll. Nick?
Aye.
Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so the minutes are approved. We will now move to the first item on our agenda, and I will read this into the record. This is for possible action, discussion on a 2-year extension for development application DA 17-004, a special use permit for a 130-unit senior living community, and DA 17-003, a major variance for building height, located at 925 Ironwood Drive in the Minden Community Plan Area, APN 1320-30-613-002. The applicant is CTH Minden LLC. Sam, I believe you have a presentation. Then we'll move it to the applicant. And then as the Planning Commission has done in the past, after the applicant and the staff have made a presentation, we'll have questions from the Planning Commission. After we do questions from the Planning Commission, we will then move to public comment. Then we'll come back to the Planning Commission for deliberations and a motion for action. So with that said, Sam, if you'd like to go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. This is Sam Booth, Planning Manager for the record. As the chairman just read, this is item number 1. This is a discussion on a 2-year extension for a special use permit for a 130-unit senior living community and a major variance as it relates to building height. And this is for property at 925 Ironwood Drive in the Minden Community Plan Area. And the applicant is CTH Minden LLC. So on the slide here, you can see the site in question is highlighted in the light blue color. There's also a text there indicating it's the site. It is to the northeast of the intersection of Highway 88 and 395. The site has frontage along Ironwood Drive. I believe it also will have access out to Santa Anita Avenue, which is the newly constructed intersection there at 395, and also has a new roundabout there, which you can see in the picture. The existing zoning of the site is neighborhood commercial, and the master plan future land use is commercial. The parcel size is 6.52 acres in size. A little bit of background about the site. It is currently located within a commercial subdivision map that was recorded back in 2009. And it is contained within the commercial core area defined in the Town of Minden design standards. As I said, it's adjacent to the Carson Tahoe Medical Center with frontage on Ironwood and access out to Santa Anita Avenue. The approvals and the history of the approvals. Basically, this project was reviewed by the Town of Minden Board in March of 2017. They unanimously approved or recommended approval of the special use permit and the major variance for the building height. And then later that month, the Planning Commission in 2017 unanimously approved the special use permit and major variance as well. 2 years later, near the expiration of the permit, and all development permits, unless otherwise stated in the code, expire after 2 years. So the project was set to expire in March of 2019. And prior to that expiration date, the applicant applied for an administrative 2-year extension. And staff did approve that extension in accordance with Douglas County Code 20.30.020. And so today the applicant has applied for a second 2-year extension to extend those same approvals on the special use permit and the major variance to March of 2023. And this must be approved by the Planning Commission today, as the Planning Commission was the ultimate decision authority on the original approval. The way that the Title 20 describes that is that the first extension can be approved administratively by staff. And the second extension request must go back to that final decision maker and back to the Planning Commission. And that's why you're seeing that today. And just to circle back and recap, because I don't think I elaborated there, again, the special use permit is required for a senior living community in a neighborhood commercial zoning. And so that's why they had requested the special use permit. The variance to building height was to increase the approved site maximum height from 35 feet up to 45 feet. And I'll let the applicant in their presentation speak further about that and the need for it. But staff, the Planning Commission and the Town of Minden back in 2017 thought that the approval of both of those permits was acceptable. So I have a description of the code requirements for the extension in the staff report that's contained in your packet. But just to recap, Douglas County Code does not contain any findings for approval of an extension for a development permit. However, the code does say that in reviewing an extension, the final decision maker, or the Planning Commission in this case, must continue or consider the continued appropriateness of the development permit. And you may add conditions as necessary to ensure the project does not adversely impact other properties, protects the public interest, and ensures public health, safety, and welfare. And this is the final extension that may be granted on the project. No other extensions can be made beyond this one here. So the staff recommendation in the report in your packet is that the special use permit and the major variance do continue to be appropriate for the site, and the conditions on the site itself have not changed, while the adjacent area has continued to develop since the approvals in 2017. We've seen the construction of Santa Anita Avenue completed and access through that will benefit this site. There also recently has been a design review application approved for a McDonald's, which would be just adjacent to this site and have frontage, I believe, on Santa Anita as well as 395. And then there have been subdivision map approvals for both single family and multifamily residences in the Nevada Northwest specific plan, which is about southeast of the site. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I do have a recommended motion for approval of these items and extension of the request if the Planning Commission is ready for it. But as stated earlier, the applicants are available, and I do believe they have a presentation to give.
Thank you very much, Sam. We have Mike Rayleigh, Micah Lack, and Tim Russell for the applicant. And I would ask each of you, you can go in any order that you would like, but please, before you start speaking, identify yourself. If you want to identify what role you play, that might be helpful for members of the Planning Commission. And then when we bring it back to the Planning Commission, if Planning Commission have questions for each of you, again, when you respond, either raise your hand or just go ahead and interject. But again, restate your name. It helps the clerk when they're transcribing the minutes if we have people's names identified with their comments. So I'll let either of you begin, and then the others can join in for the applicant's presentation.
That's good. Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Mike Rayleigh with Christie Corporation. I'm the project planner for this project representing CTH Minden LLC. I think Sam did a great job giving you the background and kind of the history of the project. What's before you today is really a fairly simple request, kind of necessitated by what's happening in the world today. I don't think any of us could have predicted the impact that the pandemic was going to have on projects. This project was moving forward, and unfortunately, assisted living projects were some of the most hardest hit with COVID, in terms of not only did that result in funding freezes for assisted living projects, but it's fundamentally changed how developers of those projects design the facilities. There's operational changes that we have kind of been part of the fallout of COVID. It's really had a dramatic impact on that industry, and so when the pandemic hit, they were forced to essentially take a step back and reevaluate not only funding sources and that sort of thing, but even the overall operations and design of the facility itself. Now that there's kind of hope on the horizon with the vaccine, and we're seeing trends going the other way, they're very optimistic on the marketplace and the need for assisted living in Douglas County. And so the project is going to move forward, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, there's been a year lag, so to speak, in progressing. So that's really what's driving this request. I know Tim and Micah over with Loomis have a long history with this project, and I'm going to turn it over to Tim for a brief presentation now to kind of give you some of the background and the overall status of where the project's at.
Thank you, Mike. This is Tim Russell with Loomis. Thank you for hearing us out today. We're the engineers for the project, and as Mr. Rayleigh indicated, we've been working on this for quite a number of years as we go through here. And so I'm going to share my screen. Is that showing up correctly for everybody?
Yes, that looks fine.
Perfect. So a little bit of history on, because I imagine a lot of the Planning Commission was not around when this originally got approved, or maybe even extended the last time. The original building that was contemplated there was a 3-story assisted care and independent living facility, which was what I guess necessitated the need for the height variance. The top of the ridge on that building was almost 45 feet. With all the changes that Mike referenced, the builders of this and operators of this facility are now looking at a reduced footprint in terms of height. They're looking at a 2-story building that is, if you look at the site plan, and I'll show that to you here in a second, it's basically half 2-story, half 1-story. And so the maximum height is actually going to be reduced by quite a bit. We're still asking for that extension of that variance because due to the floodplain in the area, we have to elevate the building from finished grade. And the county's height ordinance is based on finished grade. So we're going to lose a couple feet just because of raising it because of the floodplain. So I'm showing you right now the original concept, which it's hard to kind of zoom in, but it was 3 stories. Top of the ridge was at just under 45 feet. The current concept, which we're still working on, and we're going to have to work with the county staff to make sure we're meeting all their needs and the town of Minden's needs, is more of a 2-story maximum with the top of the ridge at about 35.5 or 38.5 feet. So that's kind of where it's moving. We don't have that finalized, but I wanted to give you that context so you can can see where it's morphing into a little bit, and where the height is not as excessive as it originally was contemplated as. So the original site plan is on the left, updated site plan is on the right with the blue. So generally very similar, but it's going to be more of a separate campus, whereas previously before it was really tied into the medical center. This is going to be owned and operated by Integrated Senior Living. They're a nationwide company. They own and operate these facilities all over the country. And as Mr. Raley indicated, we were on track. We have been talking to them. We've been coordinating with Sam and Mr. Dallaire as early as a year ago, and we're proceeding with trying to get this moving. And then COVID hit, and everything kind of got stopped in its tracks. So, and then lastly, I just wanted to summarize a couple of the things. So we are simply requesting the extension of time for the special use permit and the height variance. We do recognize that we're going to need to work with staff on the design review and related components before finalizing this project and moving it to construction. The building operator is Integral Senior Living, nationwide company. There's a letter that they provided, which we've provided to Sam. I believe he's uploaded that for your viewing, basically indicating their desire to get this moving now that they're the COVID situation has started to resolve itself, at least from a predictability standpoint. The delay again because of COVID, and then just kind of a summary of the original approval versus the current concept. We're looking at lowering the height, making it a smaller mass of a building. As part of that, they've recognized there's probably more of a need for memory care and assisted care, whereas the original approval was more independent senior living tied with assisted care. So there's a little bit of a change there. With the change in the building height, it's going probably from somewhere, the original approval was for 130 units, 90 of which were independent living, 40 were assisted living, to probably something around the range of 88. That may fluctuate based on the final design, with 56 plus or minus of those as assisted living and 32 plus or minus of those as more of a memory care. So it really is transitioning to more of a assisted care, memory care type facility, more of a medical use. They've recognized that there's a real high need for that in the community, and its location adjacent to the medical facilities is really key. So with that, there's probably lower parking requirements as well. So with that, just a kind of a quick summary that we don't have all the details worked out with the slight change in the concept. But I wanted to give you at least what we do know, where the direction of this is shifting based on the change in the market and COVID and all the other things that are kind of affecting the market these days with the senior care facilities. So with that, I'll turn it back to the Planning Commission, and we're available for any questions you guys might have.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yes, I would note for all the members of the Planning Commission and members of the public, there are supplemental materials. There's a letter from David Simon of ISL Ventures to Russell Schultz, CTH Minden. And that letter is included in the supplemental materials that the members of the Planning Commission were mailed and is on the website. So thank you for the presentation. And I'll bring it back to members of the Planning Commission. Members of the Planning Commission, if you can just raise your hand like Bryce is doing, I'll recognize you individually for questions of either the staff or questions of the applicant. Bryce, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to abstain from this agenda item discussion and vote. Our company has had conversations with the applicant in the past and could potentially benefit from the outcome of the decision. So with that, since I'm not able to retire to the general public as outlined in the bylaws, I'll be turning off my camera.
Thank you, Bryce. We'll kind of give you the high sign now when you need to come back then after we've concluded this item. Nick, did you want to make comments or questions of the applicant or the staff?
I do. This project has changed very significantly from what was originally proposed. So I am not going to vote for the extension of this project. The design has changed. The height requirements have changed. The whole concept of the project has changed from a senior living community to now assisted living and medical care, which in my view may not even be appropriate to this particular location. I also have a problem with the fact that in 10, and extensions were granted in August of 2011, in January 2014, and the project was never initiated, and then it expired. And now the applicant is seeking approval of a project that was very similar that was approved in 2010. Plus, the applicant has had to require a special use permit for the zoning, and they've had to require a variance for the height of the building. So, you know, I think the county has been more than generous with the developer in terms of their timing and granting extensions. And now we find that it's a completely different design that they want to build on this site. So I'm not going to vote for the extension of this project. I think that the developer needs to get their act together and propose exactly what they're going to build. And then when and if they're granted an approval, they should be ready to build. They should have their financing ready, and they should be ready to construct.
Okay, thank you, Nick. What I'd like members of the Planning Commission, Mark, you're next, to kind of be mindful of is we try and have a question and answer period so we can solicit all the information. And then we do want to listen to a public comment before we prejudge either for or against projects. So I hope all members will try and keep an open mind, listen to the discussion, listen to the members of the public, and as they make their comments. And then we'll bring it back to the Planning Commission after we hear public comment for motions and deliberations and action on the item. Mark, please go ahead.
Yes, so this question is for Sam Booth. So Sam, when they come back with an extension, do they have to meet the current building codes, or are they allowed to use the building codes that were in place when this thing was first adopted?
Thanks for the question, Mark. They would be required to meet the current building code. So the approvals that they have in place are, entitlements to the property as it relates to, zoning and planning type permits, I would say. But they don't have any actual approved construction plans or site improvement, engineering related permits that may have locked them into or grandfathered them into a previous version of a code. And in fact, we had a discussion with the applicant about, if they had the wording in the code language and the approval from 2017 is that the permit is considered inaugurated if the applicant had pulled any type of subsequent permit. So if they had submitted a site improvement permit, grading plan, or certainly construction building plans, that would inaugurate the permit and they wouldn't need to be here today. But they haven't done that as of yet. And so anyway, a long way around there to say that they will meet the existing building codes of today when they submit.
Okay, so Sam, since we're going with the new stuff, do they have to do a flood study that I believe it's Manhart Engineering runs through some model that the Carson Water Subconservancy District is trying to get approved?
Yes, I think the short answer there is that yes, they'll have to submit flood modeling as part of their engineering permits. And Tim described how there will be some fill and elevation of the site. I defer to Tim because I'm sure he's been investigating the permit process, and as well as maybe Tom Delaire with his engineering expertise.
Okay, just a couple more questions, Sam. So what has the fire department, has the fire chief weighed in on the height requirements?
No, the fire department hasn't weighed in on the height requirements, other than the plans were forwarded to the fire department as part of any new application that we get when we disseminate those to each of the departments. There are a couple more steps in the process, so this isn't the last chance for anybody to have a bite at the apple. As you may have noticed in the applicant's request and as well as in the original approvals, there's also a design review that the applicant had received approval on, and they are requesting an extension of that. But because the design review is an administrative approval, staff will be considering whether or not to approve that design review. And that's pending right now. So I would be reviewing that pending the decision of the Planning Commission. If the special use permit is approved today by the Planning Commission, then I would proceed in reviewing that design review application. And that's it contains a little bit more of the details of the site design. So the fire department would also have a chance to weigh in at that stage. Again, as well as when the construction and building permits are issued, the fire department has a review in that, and the fire department must sign off on the construction plans in order for those permits to be issued.
Okay, I have one final question. So the new plan is for 38 plus feet height. And then if we have to bring in a couple of feet of fill, let's say we bring in 2 feet of fill, does that mean that the height change is a total of 40 that we will see visually?
Yes, that's correct. I think that's what Tim is describing, is that from the natural grade, it would be essentially 40 feet tall to the height of that ridge. But on site, if you're standing adjacent to the building is only going to be 38 feet from that elevated fill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Tom Delaire or Tim Russell, did you want to address any other points that Mark was raising with Sam as far as building requirements or anything else to weigh in?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Yeah, in terms of the flood modeling and the flood plain protection, we've been in coordination with Jeremy Hutchings, the county engineer, on what we're going to have to do for that. So we're completely aware and know that we're going to have to make sure that that's taken care of and covered to the satisfaction of the county engineer.
And to add to that, Mark, this is Tom Delaire for the record. Mark, the floodplain is being analyzed right now by HDR. They're doing the Carson River model, which is what you were referring to. That's generally west of Highway 395 and so west of the site. I don't believe that model affects this particular site. This site will be flooded generally from the Martin Slough, which has some water if it overtops on 395 in Gardnerville, and also the Pine Nut Wash and the Buckeye Wash.
Thank you, Tom. Any other members of the Planning Commission have questions? Maureen?
Sam, Booth, or Tom Delaire, what other buildings do we have similar to this that'll be that height? Like the senior facility down in Gardnerville. How tall is that?
Yeah, Maureen, I, in anticipation of that question today, just tried to look around town at some of the other buildings or facilities similar to that. And you're correct, in Gardnerville, they're off of Stodic. There's an assisted living facility. I think, I'm not sure if it's all the same facility, but there's two major buildings there. There is a 2-story building, but there is a 3-story building there that has some pitch to the roof. And so without being able to pull those building plans particularly quick enough, I could say it would be pushing that 35-foot height standard. I don't know exactly if they received approval for a variance on that site. Across 395 over kind of at the Minden Point there, 88 and 395, adjacent to Maverick, the Holiday Inn is 3 stories with some significant pitch to the roof. And my guess is it's just 40 feet or above. The difference there being that across the street on the other side of 395 is general commercial zoning, and the general commercial allows up to 45 foot in height. The Carson, what I would say, Carson Minden Medical Center, not Carson Tahoe, but the next one north. I also believe that's 3 stories tall, that building there. And so once again, would be pushing that 35 feet, but may very likely be higher than 35.
And I'm assuming from our standards that there will be cinder block walls surrounding this project?
Yes, typically we require new resident or new commercial property that's adjacent to residential to construct a wall on the perimeter of the property adjacent to residences. So that would be something we'd review with the design review application, because you're correct. That property to the east southeast there is now single family and multifamily zoning, and I'd have to take a look at the old plans and what was proposed in that area. But it's very likely that a perimeter wall and landscaping would be required.
So there will be one in between the Carson Tahoe Medical Center, one behind McDonald's, one on Santa Anita.
Just trying to orient myself, Maureen, but
I know this is design review, but I still am curious.
Yeah, there wouldn't need to be, and this is Sam Booth again, planning manager for the record, there wouldn't need to be between the commercial uses, so between McDonald's and this site, or between the medical center and this site, but certainly between this site and any residential uses, the code calls for that.
Okay, and what guarantees if we were to grant a variance of 45 feet, since we don't have the project, the official project, because as Nick pointed out, what we have in our packet is substantially different from what's being proposed. Do we have any guarantees if we were to grant a 45-foot height limit that they would stay under 40 feet? Or can they, once we grant it, they could build up to 45 feet?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think the general answer there is that yes, if the planning commission extends the permit at the 45-foot height variance, that if plans change in the next year or so, they would have a 2-year extension, and they came forward with a building height of 44 feet in height. It would be difficult for staff to deny that, being that the planning commission had approved a 45-foot height allowance there. And I might question Sam Taylor. I appreciate Tim letting us know that the potential for revised plans there. The code allows additional conditions to be placed on the approval, and so I might wonder if the planning commission could impose an additional condition that the height not exceed, I think, maybe 41 feet, because I think by Tim's math there, it might be 40 feet and 6 inches. So maybe 41 feet would be a fair height limit there.
Yeah, Sam Taylor for the record on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I would, you don't know how much fill necessarily has to be put in there yet, do you?
We do. Tim Russell for the record. We don't have an exact number on that at this point. My guess is that it's in the 1 to 2 foot range, because the flooding in that area is more incidental to the Martin Slough, as Mr. Delaire indicated earlier. And so the flooding is probably in the realm of 3 to 6 inches of water on that site is my guess off the cuff. But so, and then we would need to elevate 1 to 2 feet above that. So somewhere in the range of 2 feet, give or take, I think is a reasonable guess at this point.
Is Mr. Russell, is there a maximum height that you folks could live with?
I think the 41 or 41 and a half that or 41, I think that Mr. Booth just indicated, I think we would be happy with that. based on the design concepts that we've gotten from the builder at the 38.5. So 38.5 plus 2 feet gives you 40.5, and that gives us about 6 inches of leeway.
Okay.
What I'm seeing from the drawings that were submitted and were put on the screen and shared, the part that would extend up to 40 feet just looks like a little peak on the roof. And is there a function to that other than aesthetics?
Tim Russell, for the record, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I believe it is just aesthetics. And we had coordinated with Mr. Booth before this, asking the question, is that height to the peak of the building, or is it from the existing elevation to the average height of the building? To which we were let known it's to the peak of the building. So that peak of that building is going to be a pretty small component of the overall height. And we should be able to work through that.
Yeah, so we could drop it down to 35 feet and we're just knocking off a little bit of the aesthetics.
The 35, the building will exceed the 35 just based on the plate elevation and everything they've got there. That peak just pushes it up another couple feet. Plus you have the flood mitigation fill. So my guess is you have that peak, or if we could consider it as an average height across, if we consider it an average height of 35, I think we could probably meet that because we have a significant part of the building is a single story. And so it's I think Sam's going to have to weigh in on some of that stuff because he's much more knowledgeable about the code than I am when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Great, thank you, Tim. Sam?
This is Sam Booth. Thank you, Tim. I think there is a question there, and I think maybe the safest way, Sam Taylor, that the Planning Commission could address it is just head on with the description, maybe the way the approval is given. So in the past, we've had, I guess what I mean by that is in the past, we've had a question or discrepancy in that the building code describes height of a building as the average height, exactly for the reason that Tim's describing, that you may have a building that is generally it's 30 foot in height, but there are a few peaks and valleys, across the ridge line of the building, and you take the average height for that, and that's a standard building code practice. Usually development code, planning definition, I think, what we're all thinking about is what's that maximum height of the building, where it's the very tallest point. And so that's my general definition. And I think from a planning concept, but I think if it may be possible for the Planning Commission to say, we make an approval of, the average height of the building being, a certain height.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, this is Nick Meyer. I think the Planning Commission really needs to consider, is this the right
Nick, excuse me. Let's wait till you get recognized. Sam Taylor needed to follow up with Sam Booth. So
okay,
Sam Taylor, and then we'll go to Nick.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt anybody, but Sam Taylor again for the record, Douglas County DAs. I think the easiest way to manage this from a condition standpoint is just to have a not to exceed height. That way you don't have to worry about the averaging or any other, sort of machinations during the design review process. That would be my recommendation in terms of conditioning.
Thank you, Sam. Nick, go ahead.
I think the Planning Commission really needs to consider whether this is the right project for that particular site. Given the fact that it's in a floodplain, number one. Number two, the height of this building is going to affect the views and the aesthetics of the homes and the townhomes that are being built along Los Alamitos, which, according to code, granting a special use permit for that particular use should not be allowed. So I think we've got serious problems with this project in that we don't know what the project looks like at this particular point. We have conceptual designs. It's changed dramatically from the previous project. We've got floodplain issues. I think we have to take a serious look at whether an assisted living and a memory care facility in that location, right on 395, right on busy streets, is an appropriate location.
Thank you, Nick. Brian?
So after hearing all the comments here, I mean, I think we want to remember that we're reviewing the special use permit, not even design. Design is not something that we're here to even really, I believe, talk about. Aside from the fact that we get the over variance. Now, prior we had a major variance. Sam, if we were to go within 6 feet of the 35, is this still even a major variance at that point? You know, if we're moving from a major to a minor, we're reducing, you know, the type of variance that is there. I mean, but we wouldn't necessarily change it to a minor. I think we're getting a positive reduction and a positive design from these people, and yet we're throwing it to the wind when really it feels like they're trying to comply and even make a better product than they were even offering in the time before. To say the location is not a location, it is not on 395. That is an incorrect statement. We are on Ironwood there. We are off of 395. We are right next to a hospital, which is just like the one down in the south end of Gardnerville. I wouldn't see any reason that we wouldn't want a nursing facility right next to an urgent care or a place where these people may receive care within walking distance, as opposed to, you know, having to drive around town or be taxied to the nearest hospital. I believe in looking at this project and the, you know, housing around it. You know, I would say, yes, we might have an instance where we get into a view, but views aren't protected in Douglas County, so we shouldn't even be discussing this. I think we're getting a little off topic here, and I think the site as planned for a special use permit here and this nursing facility seems appropriate, being that it's located next to that hospital. And if Sam and Tom could weigh in on the major versus minor, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Brian, this is Sam Booth, for the record. I think the question or the point you're trying to make there is, so the code dictates what a major variance or a minor variance is to the standards, and anything that is above a 20% increase is a major variance that comes to the Planning Commission for review. Less than 20% is reviewable administratively by staff. However, the conditions or the findings for approval of the two are very similar. So staff would also have to make the similar determination as the Planning Commission on if that was appropriate. But yes, my math is that 25 or 20% over 35 feet is 42 feet. And so if the Planning Commission was limiting the development to 41 feet, that would be technically a minor variance. Now, I think because it's here before the Planning Commission today, this is the appropriate stage for that. But you're right, Brian, that it really wouldn't be in that threshold of a major variance as far as the height.
And thank you, Sam. I'd say, you know, restricting it as, you know, maybe Maureen suggested and keeping it at that minor variance might be a more practical thing, even though we don't call it a minor variance. So, you know, I would be amenable to maybe moving down that, you know, total height as well.
Thank you, Brian. Anything else to add, Brian or Christy? Did you want to jump in on questions or comments? I have just two really quick questions. Sam Booth, first for you. When you look at the materials that were included in the packet, and I'm specifically referring to packet page 55, which is the materials that were submitted by Christie Corporation, it talks about the four different DAs, 1 through 4, and these are the major design review, the minor variance, the major variance, and the special use permit. The way the flow goes is we take care of the major variance and a special use permit, and then the staff, to approve those, would do the major design review and the minor variance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, yes.
So that's what happened in the process when this was originally approved in 2017. The planning commission approved it, I think at the unanimous vote, 7-0 at that point. And then you, I guess you weren't there, but you meaning the staff approved the major design review and the minor variance after that.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
In the way the code requires that is that the extensions go back to those original approvals for the second request. So as I said, we do have the request to extend the design review and the minor variance for parking, but that's on hold. Essentially, there's no need for staff to start that review until we know, the pending outcome from the planning commission.
Great. Okay. And then Tim, if I could go back to you on the whole question of the height, because I think it's an important thing to review and consider. Can you give us a little background on why, if you're only doing a two-story building, you need the extended height? I know, as Sam Booth pointed out, the Holiday Inn Express, which is right across the street, is 3 stories. I'm not sure what the height of that building is, but you got some unique considerations when you're talking about assisted living, don't you, with height of the floors and height of the rooms and the way the building is internally constructed that cause you to bump up against the height limitations?
And you bring up a good point, and I'm going to try and put my architect hat on as best I can. But usually I'm outside the building, but you're correct. There's the various things. Sometimes we also need to increase the height of the building in localized areas so we can hide some of the building equipment. So you might have a peak that is visible from around, but just on the other side of that peak, you have air conditioning units or heating units or all the other medical facilities or the medical stuff that they can hide kind of on a roof sometimes. So that might be a factor as well, in addition to building heights and elevators and all the things that they're going to need inside of this building because of the assisted care and the memory care components associated with it. Does that help answer that?
Yeah, I think you also, though, do make a point that you're trying to make the living spaces, both in the individual rooms and the community building spaces, with higher ceilings. You're recognizing that people stay there for extended periods of time. It's not like a Holiday Inn Express where it's okay to have a low ceiling and somebody's going to be in the room for 10 hours. You're trying to design toward the need of the individuals who will be living and working there. Is that fair?
Correct. Statement? Tim Russell for the record again. You're correct. This is, I don't know about everybody else, but when I get to the point where I need to be in a facility like this, I want it to be something very open, very nice, very aesthetically pleasing to live in. And those factors really weigh into the design of the building. And a lot of that is and I think there's some of the pictures that were included with Mr. Simon's letter. You walk into the building, you have the high ceilings in the courtyard and all those factors that weigh into it. They're trying to create a very nice facility that is an amenity to the community, as opposed to something that's, they could build something that's 24 feet tall with 10 foot, 8 to 9 foot ceilings, and you just kind of cram everybody in there, but that's not the goal.
Thank you, Tim. Let's come back to any other members of the Planning Commission that want to ask additional questions. If there's no additional questions that Planning Commission members have, then we'll move towards public comment. So those of you who are on the Zoom call, or those of you who want to call in your public comment, we will be opening public comment shortly. Maureen, I saw your hand go up. Go ahead.
Yes. Sam Taylor, are we within our rights as a planning commission, since this report is so different from what has been presented to us, to continue this item so we get an updated staff report as to the number of units that they're intending to build at this time and the new footprint, because we don't have that in front of us. That's stuff that was presented on screen. Do we have, are we within legal right to continue this till our next planning commission meeting or 2 meetings from now?
Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. Essentially, this is up for a hearing now, and I believe their permit expires next month. And without the permission of the applicant, you'd have to either vote it up or vote it down, essentially. If the applicant agrees to continue it to a later date, that is within the purview of the applicant to decide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other questions members of the Planning Commission have at this point? Okay, Colleen, I can turn it over to you, or I can recognize either Jim or Ellie if they're still on the Zoom call for public comment at this point, if they have any. Did you get it?
I just, Jim's unmuting himself right now. I'm going to let Jim go first and then Ellie after that.
Okay, Jim and then Ellie, you each have 3 minutes for public comment, and then we'll take any phoned in public comments that have taken place.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jim.
Jim Slade. There's insufficient justification to grant a further extension. This is a major change to the concept and design, none of which is in the packet or supplemental materials. This is a moving target and you should allow it to expire. As Sam quoted from County Code, in reviewing any such extent, the final decision maker must consider the continued appropriateness of the development permit and may add conditions as necessary to ensure the project does not adversely affect other properties in the area and protects the public interest. In that regard, you need to reconsider the major variance requesting the increase in height from a maximum of 35 feet to 45 feet, a nearly 30% increase. This does not meet the required findings for a major variance in 2017, nor does it now. On pages 50 to 51, you can see the required findings for a variance, though staff mistakenly calls it special use permit. County Code 20.606.050B reads, the Planning Commission must not approve a major variance unless it finds that 1, by reason of exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shape of the property in question, or by reason of exceptional topographic conditions or other extraordinary and acceptable situation or condition of the property in question, the strict application of the provisions of that title would result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or exceptional and undue hardships upon the applicant. While I suppose one could argue that applies to the 2 feet of fill to raise the structure out of the flood zone, I'm not sure that anyone thinks you should reward builders of a senior facility in a flood zone. On the other hand, it's absurd to say that the requirement also applies to what's in the packet. The architecture of the building includes 10-foot ceilings, creating an open and spacious feel for the residents. That is completely unrelated to the exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shape of the property, but that is the main reason for the variance. It would not be an exceptional or undue hardship to have normal 8-foot ceilings. This sounds like they want to build luxury high-end condos, well beyond the means or needs of most residents. It also requires that the granting of the variance will not result in material damage or prejudice to other properties in the vicinity. Look at the map on page 52. Of course, a 45 or even 40-foot tall building would materially damage and prejudice the homes on Los Alamitos Street. Why would you like to look out the back of your windows of your house at a 40-foot tall building? What would that do to your property values? And because this is a special use permit and a major variance, that is taken into consideration. I urge you to deny this extension. It doesn't show the required justification and is undeserved. The required findings for a variance cannot and never could be met. They should start all over and come back with a building no higher than 35 feet as required by county code, the law of Douglas County. Thank you.
Ellie, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. I'm unmuted. Time to go?
Yes.
Thank you, Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. This should have been pulled. This was rushed to meet what I believe is March 14th deadline. I'm sorry to hear that it couldn't be brought forward as a new project. With that said, we have to also look at open meeting law. The public was not provided, and it sounds like the commissioners were not provided in a suitable amount of time to review a new project. My comments are mostly related to what was provided me. I'm going to read some of those because they still apply. This development was first approved in 2017. 2 years later, they were granted an extension through the reasons they gave at the time were quite vague: changing market conditions, coordination of shared infrastructure improvements, etc. Really, the market conditions have been getting better pretty much every year for more than a decade, even with COVID. Following their 2-year extension in 2019, they had another full year to fulfill their requirements before there was any effect from COVID. While the virus has prevented some challenges, lots of construction has managed to persevere throughout the last year, so there's no excuse. Just like the previous similar proposal on this site, the project's approval should be allowed to expire and they should start all over. The applicant stated that now seeking approval of a very similar project that was approved in 2020. Why quote 2020? Now knowing we even have a newer project. I won't re-quote what Jim Slade said about special findings. The only comment I'll add to that is when a developer purchases a property, they should know what most of the constraints are for all the aspects of a proposed project. The other project was approximately 20,000 square feet more. It was going to include a theater, a swimming pool, etc. Are those things still planned? There's a theater nearby. Do we need another one? Another condition was 80% requirement for 55 plus only. Has that changed? My recommendation, if this is going to be as stated, it should be 100% 55 plus requirement. I know there's a lack of affordable, attainable housing. How much are these units going to cost? I always ask for price points. We don't get them very often. They have to have some kind of idea what this is going to cost the people. Again, a special permit for a congregate senior living. Again, those things have changed. I think this needs to go back to a new project and be denied as requested, and just start over. Why rush this to March? Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Sam Taylor, did you have a point that you needed to make before we continue on?
Yes, Sam Taylor again for the record, Douglas County DA. I would just like to note for the record and make this important point, I think, that this is not a public hearing on the variance. The variance was approved by the Planning Commission originally. This is rather a hearing on the extension of that variance. Understandably, yes, some things have changed and the Planning Commission can take those things into account when determining whether or not want to grant the extension or deny it. But I just wanted to note for the record, though, that the variance itself and the standards are not here before the Planning Commission today. Rather, it's just a question of whether or not the Planning Commission wishes to extend out the variance, or excuse me, extend out the original approvals that it has made, of which Sam Booth went through and listed originally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam Taylor. Colleen, do we have any public comment that has been called in?
No, Colleen Zepeda for the record. No comment has called in so far.
Okay, then I think we can conclude public comment on this agenda item and we'll bring it back to the Planning Commission. This is the time when we can deliberate, make arguments for or against aspects of the agenda item that we have before us. And at the appropriate time, we can have a motion offered since this is for possible action. So I will turn to any of my colleagues for their comments on what they've heard so far and their feelings as how we should move forward. Nick, would you like to kick it off? Go ahead.
I mean, this applicant has shown no diligence in getting this project done. They were approved in 2017. They had a variance in 2017. They were given an extension, not by the Planning Commission, but by the Planning Department. Okay? 2019 was a banner year. We had the best economy that anyone can remember. And this applicant did not even pull permits. I see no reason to give this applicant an extension, particularly when they've come back with a completely new design.
Thank you, Nick. Other members of the Planning Commission, Brian.
So I hear Nick's concerns and, kind of reminds me of the fishing place that we had out there behind Bentley over by the Ranchos. However, those people didn't even have a design for us. I mean, they could have done anything just like this to, you know, include the extension without having, you know, to come before us. However, they had no one show up as a representative. They didn't know any questions. They couldn't answer anything. You know, in this instance, I believe we have honest people before us that are bringing forward better designs than we've seen before, and yet we're rejecting them, you know, on the face that they've improved their design. I think that's kind of counterintuitive that when we have people improving design, though, you know, we're looking at a design that, you know, does change it quite substantially. I think an improvement is something we should welcome, not, you know, throw away. In this instance, I'd be amenable to changing it to the 42 feet to stay within this, you know, 20%, giving this a little more restrictive height requirement as opposed to the major variance they would have had before. I think one question I want to have Sam Booth answer again. What was the reason they need the special use permit in the first place so that we can actually stay on track here? Because I feel like everything we're talking about is off track from why they would have needed this in the first place. And I think maybe I lost it somewhere.
I appreciate the question, Brian. This is Sam Booth, planning manager for the record. So the reason is simply that the use table in Title 20.658 for commercial uses requires, if I can find it here, independent and senior living, as well as nursing, convalescent, and residential care facilities to have a special use permit in the neighborhood commercial zoning district. So that's where this is located. And in fact, they're required to get a special use permit in any of the approved commercial or I believe I'm seeing public facilities is also an approved zoning district. So no residential senior care facility basically can just come in, purchase a property and start construction. They're required in every zoning district to have a special use permit. So the special use permit, you know, essentially is reviewing the appropriateness of the site for that use. Some of the discussion about the design of the building, the layout, the parking, those type of things, that's what comes at the design review level. And then as you move forward, the construction permits, engineering permits level. And I think, you know, a comment that was made earlier is about what's the appropriateness of this site for a special use, or excuse me, for an independent care facility or residential senior care facility. And I think it's hard to say that, you know, a 6-acre site adjacent to a medical center in an urgent care facility is inappropriate for residential care, senior living. Essentially, the neighborhood commercial zoning district, the reason that some of the standards in neighborhood commercial are what I want to say more stringent, I suppose, than general commercial is that neighborhood commercial is for some of these areas that are adjacent to larger scale commercial facilities, but a buffer between that and residential or multifamily. And that's exactly what we find here, that to the east of the site or southeast of the site, there's single family and multifamily residences. And to the west of the site, there's a hospital. And so, you know, it seems like a very appropriate site for kind of that transitional use that this would be. And, you know, you can even think of kind of the concept of, you know, aging in place, that there may be the ability, and I'm sure that's what the developer and landowner are looking at is why this is an attractive site to them, is that, you know, you could see someone that lives in the townhomes there in Monte Vista and gets to a certain age that they need to move over to this facility. Hopefully they can then receive care right next door. And Brian, I think you said it earlier, that they can walk to just across the parking lot to the urgent care facility or to their doctor's offices, those type of things. And so I just think the Planning Commission should consider that, you know, if we deem that a site like this is not appropriate for senior care facility, you know, what is it that we're looking for in a site? We don't want to construct an ag land. Not exactly sure that it's entirely appropriate in the downtown, you know, more historic areas of Minden and Gardnerville. This seems to be a suitable site, and I think that's why it was originally approved unanimously by the town board and by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Sam. Brian again. And, you know, speaking to the need, I don't know if any of you guys who plan on going to one of these facilities have called one recently to see how long you're going to have to wait to get in. But it's years. You know, it's at minimum a year. Some of these can be 2 years out in this county. We're not talking next door. We're not talking anywhere else. We're talking about here. I have looked for family members. I have looked myself, and there's nothing. And if we say that this is inappropriate, this use next to a hospital, I can't find another appropriate site in this entire county. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Brian. Other members of the Planning Commission wish to make comments? Maureen?
I agree with Brian that this is an appropriate site. My mom's in assisted care in Dana Point, and my mother-in-law is in memory care in Las Vegas. Both are located in commercial areas, and there's a nice transition between the strictly commercial to the assisted care to residential. So while I would prefer it to stay open because this is my neighborhood, I do believe it is an appropriate location. I like the downscaling of the project. I would have preferred to have the current thoughts in our packet. And I would really like the Planning Commission to consider limiting the height. There is going to be 1.5 to 2 feet fill, and I'd like to limit it to 35 feet on top of the fill. And that way we only have a very minor variance of 2.5 feet at the most. We don't need to grant a major variance for aesthetics. I think if you have a good enough architect, they can come up with something that's just as attractive within the code. So that's something I'd like to put out there for the Planning Commission to consider.
Thank you, Maureen. Other comments at this point? I do agree with Brian and Maureen to a large extent in what Sam Booth said about the appropriateness of the site. And I think that the height is always a concern. I do want to point people to the packet on page 51. This is a staff report that was done when it was originally approved, and it talks about the granting of the variance, and it indicates that the setbacks of the building far exceed what's required in the neighborhood commercial zone district. So that's something that we need to consider, that the building is going to be not abutting the other properties as much as it could have. So I think they're taking that into consideration. And I would also make the point that Brian was making. There's a need, and there's a need for a facility that does have an appeal to it. People in these facilities, they're there in their room 24/7. They're eating in the dining rooms. They're socializing in the facilities. A low ceiling is really depressing for people of this type of in this type of facility. So I think for all those reasons, I would agree with Brian. I would agree with Maureen. My only question on Maureen's suggestion of a lower height limit, I would like to allow them up to something like in the neighborhood of 41 feet. If we can come to a compromise there, I think, again, you want to have the maximum flexibility for design in something like this that does allow them to have a nice facility. So I hope we can come to some sort of agreement on a motion that would accommodate a decent limitation on the height without impinging on it too much. But I thank Brian and Maureen for their comments, and I concur with them. Other members of the Planning Commission that wish to weigh in before we go to a motion? Christy?
Christy Kendall, for the record. I would say I agree with what Brian, Maureen, and Kirk said. The only thing I would add is that I would agree, let's maybe give it the lower or the higher end of the minor variance for the height, just to give that flexibility. But I'm okay with increasing the restrictions some.
Thank you, Christy. Any other comments that people want to make, or would someone prepare a motion? Sam, I don't know if you want to share your screen with the general motion, and then if we do want to adjust, the conditions are listed, I believe, on packet page 43 and 44. And those would be the ones that we would be available to modify. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Sam Booth or Sam Taylor. And Sam Taylor, I believe, was suggesting that if we do modify the height limit, we say not to exceed, and then put a height figure at that point. So Sam Taylor or Sam Booth, if you want to weigh in with any other comments. If not, I'll look to the Planning Commission members for a motion.
Mr.
Sam
Chair.
Taylor. Sam Taylor.
Yeah, Sam Taylor for the record. Again, Douglas County DAs. I think all the conditions are present, and I don't think that there's a maximum height condition. I don't know, maybe Sam, you could answer that.
That's correct. Currently, there's no maximum height condition. Well, let me retract that. Actually, there is number one. It would be on page 44. The variance to the 35 height limit is approved to allow construction of a 45-foot high senior living community. So it's a good point there, Sam, that I think it would be amending that condition.
Yes.
In the language there.
Right. And that's what I would point out is that the motion could be the recommended motion plus the amendment of the height condition.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Maureen, did you want to take a stab at picking out a number and making a motion, or did you have other comments?
Well, I have one comment. Over the last couple of years, the Board of Commissioners has made it fairly clear that they don't like variances. And if this doesn't go to the Board of Commissioners from us, does it, Sam?
No, that's correct. The Planning Commission has the final say.
So if we're going to grant a variance, I would like to keep it as small as possible for this to make it through the process, because if it's too much height, then it's going to get knocked out when it gets to the Board of Commissioners. So that's why I kind of like to leave it low. They asked for 38.6 feet. I say we give them 38.6 feet, not 40 feet, not 41 feet, not 35 feet, but we're going to give them a variance, hold them to what they said they needed, which was 38.6.
If I could jump in, Maureen, I think what Sam Taylor and Sam Booth were saying, and I'm not sure if you misspoke, but this would not go to the Board of County Commissioners.
But it will at some point.
No, I don't believe so, unless there's some appeal or some quirk of code that I'm not seeing. We're the final authority on this, so we need to kind of get it right and do the right thing.
Okay, well, I'm still proposing 38 feet.
Okay, I think what I heard the applicant saying is that in addition, if they need a couple of feet of fill, and then depending on how high they peak the building, they would prefer to go to 40. So, I mean, I'm certainly flexible and at the pleasure of the Planning Commission, but those would be my only comments is to a preference to allow an aesthetically pleasurable building, which is what we want to do in most cases.
Yeah. And I understand that. And Tim did say that they could design something that would, if they had to, fall into the 35-foot zoning limit. And, that's what we have to go on, the zoning code. And if we're going to grant them a variance, I want it to be as small as possible to keep it in the minor variance mode. But if 41 feet, I don't like that. I don't like that. I like what they're doing. I like what they're trying to do, what they're going to accomplish. but I want to keep the height as low as possible.
Thank you. Sam Taylor?
Yeah, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I would just like to know from Mr. Russell, could you live with 38 feet?
Just making sure I'm not muted. You know, the preference would be the 38.5 feet plus 2 feet of fill, just to give us that flexibility, because the design that I was showing you is a concept that we've been given by the architect. We don't have it's not final. Yes, I agree that there is some ability to probably modify the architecture, but having a little bit more flexibility would be the desire. And if we can have that flexibility, it's much appreciated. But that being said, really it's up to the Planning Commission to decide what they're willing to have us go with. I would note that we're trying to be as transparent as possible. We're showing you things that are not quite finalized. We're trying to give you all this information. So we don't necessarily want to be held to a tougher standard, because we're trying to be transparent with what we think the plan is. So as much flexibility as possible would be appreciated, but we also understand kind of where you guys are coming from.
Thank you. Brian, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
So when looking at the height that Maureen suggests, I'd hate to peg somebody in the middle of a minor variance. If they're going to have a minor variance and it can go up to 42 feet, and we as a planning commission wouldn't even hear that unless there's an argument from the neighbors. I mean, I'd say, why not go to the 42 feet? Yes, it is a little above the 40.5 he needs, but I mean, 1.5 feet, I mean, that's not a ton of building. And maybe they do come back with a better design that does fit in because of the meeting we've had here and the concerns that we've expressed. I think being more willing to work with them and not peg them in halfway at 16% or 12% increase when they really, I feel like, need that 40.5 feet if those 2 feet of filler are required. I mean, I believe that we should go to the top of the minor variance and, stay out of the major variance territory. And I think that's a win in itself. So I'd be more, amenable to going to 42 to not stick our hands into a minor variance where I don't think they belong.
Thank you, Brian. Mark, go ahead.
So if Tim asked for 41 feet and he gave himself a half a foot, I think we give him what he asked for, 41 feet. I appreciate what Brian's saying, but I do worry about the variance, and if he says he can do it in 41 feet, then by God, he can do it in 41 feet.
Thank you, Mark. That's a good compromise in my mind. I would hope, Maureen, you can live with that. Obviously, understand your concerns, and they're very valid ones. Brian's made some good points too. Anybody else like to weigh in on this, or do you think we're ready for a motion? Maureen?
I'm still thinking 40 feet then. There's a compromise between 38.5 and 41, 40 feet. I'll support it at 40 feet.
Mark, Brian, do you want to try and persuade anybody differently, or?
I'll make the comment that we don't need everyone to vote yes.
We will have six people voting on this, so we'd like to always get consensus, I think, if we can, but is anybody prepared to make a motion? Brian?
So I'd move to approve with conditions, with the amendment to item 1 of the major variance, reducing the maximum height limit from 45 feet to 41 feet, that we approve this 2-year extension request for CTH Minden LLC of DA 17-004, a special use permit, and DA 17-003, a major variance.
Thank you, Brian. You've made the motion to approve the special use permit and the major variance not to exceed 41 feet or of 41 feet. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Christie seconds. The motion has been made by Brian, seconded by Christie. Is there a discussion on the motion?
Yeah, this is Nick Meyer. I think if you want to get a good design that is within the code without a variance, you should deny this extension and make them come back with a design that fits within code with no variance.
Thank you, Nick. Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, then I'll call for a vote on Brian's motion to approve the special use permit and the major variance with the change in the condition to have a maximum height of 41 feet. And I will call the roll on this. And we'll start with Nick.
No.
Christie?
Aye.
And Bryce, you probably are muted. I'm not sure if you listened. Sam Taylor, can we bring him back on and have him abstain, or is his comment earlier indication of his abstention?
Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor again, Douglas County DA. He abstained from this entire item, which would include the vote as well. So you
Okay.
can bring him back once the vote is complete.
Okay, thank you very much. Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Nay.
And the chair votes aye. So in this, there would be 4 votes aye and 2 votes nay and 1 abstention. So the motion is agreed to. And Colleen, can you send a message to Bryce, or can he, was he perhaps able to tell that Bryce, you can come back? We see you.
It's back.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll now move to the next item on the agenda. And I will read this into the record. This is item 2 for possible action, discussion on resolution PC 2021-01, an amendment to the Planning Commission bylaws, including changes to sections 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. And Maureen, you raised this at the last Planning Commission and asked that this be placed on the agenda. So I will recognize you for comments that you'd like to make initially, and then we'll move forward.
My reason in bringing this forward when we had the bylaws at our last meeting is that there is language in our bylaws that needs emphasis, because we have had items in my 2 years on the Planning Commission that the process seems to have skirted our bylaws. And Sam Booth has been very good about simply putting into italics the language that I want to emphasize. Although in 4.3, he put it italics and in bold. So I hope the other planning commissioners have had a chance to look at these changes and make any comments, to accept them or argue for their removal.
Thank you very much, Maureen. I appreciate your concern about the issues that are in the bylaws. Sam Taylor, did you have any comments, or Sam Booth, on what Maureen has proposed? Okay, I'll open it to the members of the Planning Commission if they want to ask questions of Maureen or of Sam Taylor from a procedural standpoint. We can discuss any of the questions. If we don't have a long discussion, I'll alert Colleen and the members of the public that are on the call that we will call for a public comment on this agenda item, since it's for possible action. So you can prepare to offer public comment. But members of the Planning Commission, do you have any questions or comments on what Maureen is suggesting? Brian, please go ahead.
So some of the changes I do like, some of them I feel like we're just saying the same thing differently. Maureen, I'd like your opinion, because when we look at public perception in the place of appearance on item 4.1.4, anything I read in accounting language as far as our ethical code would be the appearance of the conflict of interest, not where it says public perception. Though we are supposed to act in the public interest, we are supposed to appear that there is no conflict of interest. So I'm just wondering, are we really strengthening anything to change that language? Do we really know more than NRS or whoever has created the bylaws, which I wouldn't believe is just our county? Or can we just leave what is there and is essentially the same? I mean, why change it if it's the same? Again, public perception perceives that Kirk is in bed with the casinos. So is that really public perception, or is that just the thoughts of the three individuals that seem to talk every single time we come here? I think public perception on its own can be changed and can be misleading. And I don't believe public perception really matters. I think it's the appearance of conflict of interest and whether or not somebody, reasonably would appear to a judge, because the judge is the ultimate decision maker here as to whether that applies. And maybe Sam Taylor too could weigh on the NRS portion and what we may be changing that may be already written in, state law.
Thank you, Brian. Sam or Maureen, do you want to interject, or do you want to move it to other members of the Planning Commission and then you can comment at the end?
I'll wait.
Okay. Bryce, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much like Brian, I'm not sure what the intent of this is, other than I know Maureen's trying to make it, or at least I think she's trying to make it a little more clear. However, I don't think it's the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to determine language within bylaws that I believe were legally written, or at least reviewed by council. And so I'm just not sure that it's our position to be modifying the bylaws. I think if the district attorney's office felt the bylaws needed to be modified, they would modify them.
Thank you, Bryce. Other members of the Planning Commission that want to weigh in?
Nick. Good.
Nick, are you?
He's not there. Does Sam Taylor have anything to say about our ability to change the bylaws?
Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. The board or the Planning Commission has complete authority to modify its bylaws in a manner it deems appropriate. I would note that, all with the exception of section, the change in 4.1.4, I don't have any issues with the changes per se. I would note that the use of the term public perception is not necessarily consistent with what is used under, the chapter in the NRS governing ethics, as well as like judicial ethics. Courts are used to the appearance of impropriety or the appearance of conflict of interest, and they know how to apply that standard. If I had to make a recommendation, I would recommend that you stick with the appearance of conflict of interest as opposed to public perception, because that just doesn't exist right now in terms of the NRS. I would note that the appearance of the conflict of interest is in the mind of a reasonable person, a reasonable judge who's viewing this. So again, it's a standard that has been applied throughout Nevada and exists in Nevada, and exists in judicial ethics and also the NRS governing ethics.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else on the Planning Commission want to offer comments at this point? Bryce?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 4.2.1, the parenthesized wording, otherwise known as lobbying, I don't necessarily agree that the language commissioners should avoid ex parte communications with parties who have an interest in a pending matter or anticipated to be brought before the Planning Commission is lobbying. By definition, lobbying is seek to influence a politician or public official on an issue. Because the wording influence is not in here, and I understand that there's no, I just don't see that there's a reason to change the language, because it's already clear that we should avoid ex parte communications, but it doesn't say that those ex parte communications are necessarily influential. Somebody may have just simply educated somebody on an issue, which is still not permitted because it's ex parte, but that's not the definition of lobbying. So I think although I believe the intent is good, we're not necessarily, we're mixing parts and pieces, in my opinion.
Thank you, Bryce. Nick, would you like us to take a break here so that you can participate and be involved in this discussion? Nick, I think you're muted.
Yes, I'd like that, if you wouldn't mind, Kirk.
Okay. Let's take would you like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, Nick?
10 would be great.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute recess and we'll reconvene at 5 minutes to 3. And then we'll continue the discussion on this item and move the rest of the agenda. So we'll be in recess till 5 minutes till 3. p.m. now. We said we would reconvene at 5 minutes to 3. So we are on agenda item 2 of the Planning Commission agenda. This is the possible action on the resolution amending the Planning Commission bylaws. We were discussing Maureen's suggested changes, and I would like to recognize Sam Taylor for any comments he would like to make at this point, and then we'll continue on with Planning Commission discussion or discussion from public comment. So Sam Taylor, would you like to make a comment?
I would, thank you. Sam Taylor again for the record, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Sam, can you withhold another minute or two? I just got a message from Maureen that she needed another half a minute, but I do see her back, so I didn't want to rush things. Maureen, you all good? You're muted, Maureen. Maureen?
Your introduction was perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to yield to Sam Taylor, and then we'll have other Planning Commission comments, and then we'll have public comment. So go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks. Sam Taylor again, on behalf of Douglas County DAs for the record. I just wanted to read something real quick from the ethics manual that's written by the Ethics Commission, if I may, relative to the appearance of impropriety. It says, an appearance of impropriety arises when an interest, private, personal, or pecuniary, sufficient to create in a reasonable person's mind a perception that the ability to carry out one's responsibilities with integrity, impartiality, and competence is impaired. This definition does not appear in statute regarding ethics laws, rather is modeled after the U.S. rules of practice for U.S. judges. It's also in, I would note, I believe it's in the code for ethics for Nevada judges as well. Just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate your researching that for us. Other members of the Planning Commission that wanted to make comments at this point? Maureen, go ahead.
My whole thing with this is maybe it has to do when we get our incoming presentation from the district attorney's office on how to conduct business and how to conduct ourselves during hearings, what our rights and responsibilities are. And as I recall, there was nothing that talked about lobbying per se. The language in professional language should avoid ex parte communications, but there's no real reason given as to why we need to avoid those. And that falls in line with public perception of conflict of interest. And I think it's just really important. This can all go down in flames, but it's really important that each planning commissioner keep in mind at all times when they're communicating with anybody that we have to operate in a standard that's higher than most people. We're not elected officials, but we're up there. And ethically, we have a responsibility to the county and to the public to be on our best. So this is why I brought this forward. It's no fair for staff, the things that I have highlighted with regards to forwarding things to staff. They're not supposed to get blindsided by information presented at hearings. They should be aware of it ahead of time so they can provide the answers. It's respectful to both staff, to our other planning commissioners, and to the public. As far as public perception goes, I think it's a little clearer than just the appearance of a conflict of interest, because most people think of conflict of interest as being fiduciary, and it's not just fiduciary, in my opinion. I mean, the ethics committee says fiduciary, the NRS says fiduciary, but for me, there's more to it than just whether or not you have a financial interest in something. So anyway, we can table this whole thing, move to deny, that's fine with me, but I really wanted to get a discussion on this going.
Thank you very much, Maureen. I think your comments are very well taken. We do want to be held to a higher standard, and conduct ourselves appropriately at all times. And I know that's your goal and what you've proposed. Other members of the Planning Commission want to join in, or should we move to public comment? Seeing no hands raised, I believe Colleen indicated there was at least one person who wanted to make public comment on this agenda item. So Colleen, I'll turn it over to you to recognize whoever expressed interest in public comment. And then if we did have any phone comments to go ahead and take those as well.
Okay, thank you. Jim Slade would like to comment, and he has unmuted himself. Go ahead, Jim.
Yes, Jim Slade. I thought that the statement that Mr. Taylor read into the record on ethics could be included into this statement. I think it is important that the Planning Commission and all public bodies avoid the public appearance or public reception or appearance of conflict. I don't care which term is used particularly. It is the Planning Commission that should form the bylaws for the Planning Commission. I don't know who else would be expected to do that. You guys run your own meetings. I appreciate Miss Casey's concerned about staff and others being blindsided. I would say we were all blindsided, staff, the Planning Commission, and the public on item 1 today. That's unfair to all of you and to all of us, and should never be allowed to happen. I do agree that the Planning Commissioners should limit their discussion on pending matters outside of the public forum, and they should avoid ex parte communications with parties who have an interest in pending matters. That those parties should discuss their comments at public hearings and not with individual planning commissioners. I think that's a good policy. As far as 4.3 goes, on-site inspections, it's not clear to me in reading this, but I would hope that if planning commissioners were going to go out to investigate, physically inspect a property as groups of 2 or 3, that what you're suggesting here is without the applicant, who would be acting as a lobbyist and showing you around. I hope that's what you meant. And finally, I have to say, Mr. Oland, it's shameful and unbefitting a public official to be so dismissive of public comment that you feel the need to belittle members of the public.
Excuse me, Jim. Excuse me. You're not commenting on the agenda item. You're commenting on an individual person, and that is out of bounds. So please withhold your comments on an individual person's comments. You can continue on with
So
your
he can
comments.
offend us.
No, excuse me. Excuse me. You are making a personal attack on an individual and not commenting on the bylaws.
Just like he made a personal attack on us.
Excuse me, let me continue. You may continue in order making comments on the bylaws, not on an individual person.
And when would be a fitting time to, since he attacked us, when would be the appropriate time to say that?
He did not attack any individual in my judgment. You can make comments.
No, just Ellie and I together, as if there was any question about who he was talking about.
Mr. Slade, you are not commenting on the agenda item in question. If you continue with this, I will ask that you be silenced. Now, you may continue commenting on the bylaws. You have an appropriate time and public comment to follow the rules and not make accusations of any person individually. So I will allow you to continue for such time as you need on the issue of the bylaws. Please go ahead.
I think the bylaws need to have an additional section where members are forbidden from personally attacking individuals by name or by easily identifiable characteristics when they refer to small numbers of people. That is inconsistent with the values that the Chairman Walder has espoused over the many months, and that I have tried to obey. When a member does that sort of thing, it's offensive to the public. And if anyone finds that public comment so offensive, then they should resign their public position. The end. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen, do we have any other public comments on this agenda item?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Ellie commented or just sent me a message. She would like to comment.
Certainly.
You, Ellie Waller. I would just like to second the motion that being blindsided takes on a broad brushstroke, and we need to refine through the bylaws and everywhere how staff and the public, you as commissioners, today, I'm trying to frame this that a poor decision, I think, was made. I'm getting back to the bylaws, and the blindsiding should have been taken in consideration. And we need to really put some more emphasis on what that means. What comes to you can or could be by staff pulled. Again, the blindsiding thing is just really hard to swallow, and I do not want to see this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Colleen, any other public comments, either via Zoom or on the phone line?
No, it looks like that was it.
Okay. Then we'll close public comment on this agenda item and bring it back to the Planning Commission. Maureen, you've made some good suggestions. I think, as I said before, your intention is very noble, and I do respect that. I also want to note the comments that Planning Commission members have made and that Sam Taylor has pointed out. And I would leave it up to you. One option might be, as Jim Slade did suggest, on the first one in 4.1.4 to maybe put public perception or appearance. That might be an option if you would care to consider that. I do take Bryce's comments on the issue of lobbying. He's kind of right there. Lobbying is a very sometimes pejorative term, and I'm not sure if it fits in that particular context there. But I would defer to you for comments that you'd like to make, or making a motion on your various changes given the comments of the Planning Commission. So,
Well, given the comments that we've received, I would be happy if we simply in 4.1.4, if we change it from appearance of conflict to perception of conflict. If that's all right with Sam Taylor, instead of public perception of conflict of interest, to just the perception of conflict of interest. Or does it have to be more specific? You look like you're thinking, Sam Taylor.
Brian, did you have a thought that you wanted to interject before Sam Taylor weighs in?
I still think either whether it's public perception or perception, we're changing words just to change words when appearance is already well defined, I think.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Sam Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sam Taylor again, Douglas County DA on the record here. I just wanted to make it clear from my own perspective. First, the public perception I've never seen a public perception standard. I don't know how courts would apply it, but my guess, if I had to guess, they would treat it synonymously with appearance of impropriety. Because they would utilize the reasonable person standard and apply it the same exact way. So I tend to agree with Brian's point that we can modify the words, but we're not changing how it's going to be applied, at least by a court. If I was going to apply it, I would probably apply it the same way as appearance of impropriety and just use a reasonable person standard. You know, what's the public perception of a reasonable person? I would say it's the same as the appearance of impropriety of a reasonable person. I just want to throw that out there, that I don't really think that that's a substantive change that has any upside per se, but it might create problems with interpretation because that particular standard has never been utilized and it's not recognized by judges. And I just think we're creating a problem when we don't need to. if I may. Just trying to be honest here. Not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but
Here you are. No, that's fine. I remember I cut my political teeth on the Brown Act, which is a lot stricter than what we have here. And I'm perfectly fine with checking that. I'm perfectly fine with checking lobbying and keeping the others. As I had said, this is a lot for education of the planning commissioners as individuals. And it's just strengthening some of the language in the bylaws by adding italics, that kind of thing. Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. We always appreciate when people are willing to compromise and adjust. Bryce, did you have your hand up for additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maureen, I guess I'm not sure in the 13 months or so that I've been on the Planning Commission, I haven't seen where this is a problem. And so I'm just wondering if we're creating a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, and kind of what the precipice was to modifying this language. Am I unaware of a situation that has occurred, and it occurred because there was lack of clarity in the bylaws, or why are we fixing this?
For me, the big thing was all the hoo-ha around the slaughterhouse. With the amount of outreach and, for lack of a better word, lobbying that was going on by the opponents, by site visits being made by planning commissioners, but not all planning commissioners, different information being brought before us during hearings before the Board of Commissioners. It felt like it was a very confused process because not everybody was on the same page with regards to the Planning Commission. It was a very important test for our county, and because of the way it was handled, not pointing fingers so much, but by the way it was handled, it felt like we needed to strengthen the language and bring the bylaws up so that we all operate from the same place. Because to me, it appeared that we certainly were not. Everybody was viewing it differently, what our rights and responsibilities as planning commissioners were.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Bryce. Anybody else on the Planning Commission want to weigh in? If not, we've had public comment. Maureen, I kind of got the perception, I shouldn't use that word. I kind of got the
Oh, it's a good word.
It's a very good word. I think I understand what you were saying is you're willing to leave 4.1.1 the same as it exists now and leave that as appearance. And then did you want to modify your requested changes otherwise, or do you want to go with those and ask people to vote them up and down? Or what's your pleasure at this point?
I'm willing to make a motion that we strike, well, maybe not, that's not the proper language, but 4.14 to strike the word perception from there, leave it as is, and to remove language with regards to lobbying, defining what ex parte communications can be. But I would like to emphasize the others in 4.21 and forwarded to staff, and 4.2.2, Commissioner must verify and assure the information is already public knowledge, etc.
Okay. Do you want to put that in a motion, and then I can try and make sure that we have the changes. So you'll be changing 4.2 in two places, 4.2.1 in one place, 4.2.2 in one place, and 4.3 in one place. Is that pretty good?
That works. Can I just say so moved?
I think that's appropriate if Sam Taylor doesn't have any conflicts. We have the changes that Maureen has proposed in 4.2, 4.21, 4.22, and 4.3, with the exception of the lobbying language. Is that clear to everybody for the motion? Sam Taylor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Sam Taylor again for the record, Douglas County DAs. The motion is, if I may, work it through here, to leave 4.1.4 the same as it was,
Yes,
and to remove the proposed language otherwise known as lobbying from 4.2.1, but
Yes.
otherwise leave it the same as proposed?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, then I'm fine with that.
Okay. Is there a second to Maureen's motion amending the bylaws in those places?
Second.
Nick seconds the motion. Is there a discussion on Maureen's motion? Thank you very much for being accommodating, Maureen. I think we've had a good discussion, and I think your goals are very laudable. So with no other discussion, then I'll call the question on adoption of the motion made by Maureen. And we'll start with Nick
Aye.
and Christy,
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Brian,
Nay, and can I comment on that?
yes, you may.
No, again, I feel like there's no reason to throw out what a district attorney and legal people have put as language. I mean, I feel like that's ridiculous. And if we're changing that language to perception as opposed to appearance, I mean, I'm not for that at all. And I can't say that I believe that that's a good change. Or am I
That's
off?
not the motion.
Oh, just to be clear, Brian, and we usually don't interrupt the calling of a roll, but just for clarification, we have not agreed to Maureen's change in 4.1.4 dealing with public perception, adding that in striking appearance. We're keeping the word appearance, but I don't want
I guess I missed that part, but I'm still not in agreement with many of the other changes. And there's only one change I could find that I agree with, and therefore I'm not in agreement with this change to our bylaws. As we're inserting language where it's not needed. We're trying to say that we're going to be more restrictive than, I believe a whole bunch of lawyers and stuff have probably gone over many times and never made any recommendations for changes. So again, I trust our attorneys and people that have read this probably hundreds of, if not thousands of times. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so your vote is nay? Okay, thank you. Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this, there's 6 votes aye, 1 votes nay. So the resolution is agreed to as modified. So we'll move on to agenda item 3, and I'll read this into the record. For discussion only, an update by community development staff on upcoming projects for the year, and a discussion by each of the planning commission members on goals and priorities for 2021. With the recent adoption of the master plan, planning commission members and staff may want to express their thoughts about the actions needed, resources, and schedule of key projects. I did request this item. I know that the Board of County Commissioners had a similar item on their agenda early in the year, and I think it is appropriate for staff to review what they've got as priorities, and for planning commission members, particularly Nick, who was not involved in the master plan where we did set our priorities on the implementation items. So I would like everybody to have an opportunity to weigh in on issues that they would like to be addressed. So this item is for discussion only, and we'll start with Tom and Sam, whoever would like to begin with a presentation by the staff, and then I'll recognize members of the Planning Commission. So Tom or Sam, if you'd like to share your screen, if you have materials, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Waller. This is Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. And I just want to, can you guys see that? It looks like I'm sharing. So, okay.
All good.
So this hasn't been, these priorities for 2021 have not been presented to the Board of County Commissioners yet. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. This includes all of the items that I have spoken with the county manager's office. And so the things that we are working on internally is reviewing our permitting process, trying to create some improvements there. We've been doing that for throughout the master plan update, and we haven't been able to really just focus on that. And we're getting close to getting all of the permits so that will be submitted to Douglas County on a similar form. The information we've been going through and tracking what kind of information we do need reports on, generating lists for reports, and verifying what staff has been tracking over the past several years. And in these improvements for permitting processes include, our applications, and also we're working on getting an online permitting capabilities so that like over-the-counter permits, the simple ones, the public will be able to submit for a water heater replacement and do that online with once they pay the permit fee, the system will automatically generate a permit, and the next step for the owner would be to install it and then call the building department for an inspection, and basically we won't have a plan review for that at all. So it's just trying to get those efficiencies established in the department. Additionally, now that the master plan is complete, Sam Booth will be working with the TRPA, to complete the South Shore area plan and also the Tahoe Douglas area plan. Those have been in the works for a number of years, and just due to the staffing levels here and the amount of time needed to be devoted to development reviews, those just didn't get, we didn't get to that, to get those finalized and submitted through the process. The TRPA process and the county commission process is going to be lengthy, but we're hoping to get those accomplished this year. Additionally, the last round of the transportation plan was started in 2015. We want to update that model based on all of the approved developments that we have today on the books, and maybe work with Campo. It looked like we had done that in the past, but not for this last round. And I wanted to get that relationship reestablished, and possibly as part of the transportation plan include the trails plan and the bike plans, as those are really transportation needs that we have in the valley. And we want to evaluate intersections based on the cumulative effects of the developments that we have on the books today, so that staff and the commissioners understand the ramifications of these decisions that are being made. And then, of course, the big project is updating and reorganizing, possibly reorganizing the Title 20. And we need to get that started. I've highlighted a number of items on here, just bolded those that were the priorities for the county manager's office and things that we have been working on. And then additionally, things that I heard over the past 2 years here at the county, variances and cleaning that up. We've been working with consultants and Carson Subconservancy on the low impact developments and the floodplain codes that need to come back and go through the review process and be approved. And we need some expertise to weigh in from the local engineering department to weigh in on that floodplain code and to make suggestions there so that we can present it to the boards. So it's pretty ambitious. I think there's a lot of time here that we're going to need to be spending on continuing the transportation plan and creating a new one. It is 5 years, from the date that they started updating it last time. And of course, we have an approval of April of 2019 on that plan, but the data inside of that is pretty critical that we need updating, and so that we have the best available information moving forward on any new development applications. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam Booth if he wants to add anything, or I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. That was excellent. Sam, do you have anything to add, or a short presentation?
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, this is Sam Booth. I don't have much to add. Would just, elaborate a little bit further that, as Tom said, this is an ambitious list of priorities for this year, and a lot of these things are, are projects that, especially the code update, that have a lot of moving pieces. You can see each of those items that he listed there as sections of code. Each of those needs to be examined separately and then brought back together. Potentially there might be a steering committee involved. I look at the Title 20 update, potentially similar to the master plan update, and that it's going to be a very large project. I'm sure Tom, as our director, is going to push us and the staff to keep this on track and get it finished as quickly as we can, because I think both of us have realized, as probably as well as the Planning Commission has. I know we had conversations about this during the master plan, that there are many areas of the code that we've seen that are outdated and need revised, and we run into those problems, almost daily around here as a staff. So that's I think that's a very important project. Just to describe, a little further what Tom's talking about with permitting process improvement. We're totally overhauling the applications for the building department, the engineering department, and the planning department. What we're trying to do is reduce the number of applications for the general customer and some of the confusion. And we're trying to add information and references to code sections and other things and checklists, so that the public can know before they come in to submit exactly what they need to bring to the front counter in order to submit. I think Tom is looking at fee schedules and things like that. And most importantly, and I think, in the next month or so, Tom is trying to implement online permitting and the software we have in place for that. But the programming behind it and some of the details are still being finalized. But the idea being that, you can submit plans without having to come into the Minden Inn and drop those physical plans off here at the front counter. And we I say that because there's a lot of staff involved, but this was started from Tom, we really started before COVID hit, and it really became important to get this done as COVID has been underway. But there have been a lot of hurdles to doing that. But I think your customer experience is going to be greatly improved when you have the ability to submit plans from your home, and then to see comments that staff is making on, whether it's just something like a detached garage building plans that you're submitting. Staff will be able to digitally comment on those plans and do the review entirely digitally without printing any plans out, and then save those into the software that you as the customer can then log in and be able to view that and ask questions, send staff emails, everything that's involved in that. But I think it's going to be a great thing. Of course, the thing that I think I'll be most involved with, other than Title 20, would be the South Shore area plan and the Tahoe Douglas area plans, similar to the master plan update, but they're focused within the Tahoe Basin.
Thank you, Sam. That's excellent. And again, I want to commend both you and Tom for putting this out there. I think transparency is very important, and having these kinds of discussions is good for the public to see where we're headed, and they can make comments. Again, they can make comments during closing public comment. They can make written comments that will be submitted for the record, and then this document will be a part of our supplemental materials. So I did ask that the implementation section of the master plan be included in our supplemental materials, so people can refer to that as well. And I would want to note that the Board of County Commissioners did put in one item in the implementation that it's very important for us to be mindful of. It does say that these priorities are subject to staffing, resources, and budget constraints identified by the board. So we had a very ambitious discussion when we discussed the implementation item. We urged the county to move forward with a lot of items as quickly as they could, but that's something that we need to be mindful of. So with that said, I will recognize all of the members of the Planning Commission for comments that they'd like to make, questions that they may have for Tom or Sam Booth, and we'll just take them one at a time. So Maureen, I saw your hand up. I think Bryce, I saw your hand up as well. So Maureen, if you'd like to go first, and then we'll continue on with the other members.
I want to jump on something that Sam Booth mentioned in passing, that perhaps there would be a steering committee to help with the Title 20 revisions. It's a huge document, not quite as big as the master plan was, but it's a very, very big and complex document. And I wanted to present for consideration that perhaps at our next meeting, or when community development decides they're ready, that we have a subcommittee of the Planning Commission, if that's permitted under code, to work with staff, and perhaps if community development wants to bring in some people from the public in order to work on a steering committee in order to help with the revisions for Title 20, so that staff doesn't have to do it all. I think it's such a big document that, and there are so many forces at play and interests for that document, that if they can have more input other than just internal, it might be a very good thing. But I don't know if that's our purview as a planning commission to appoint a subcommittee. Sam Taylor would have the answer to that.
I think that's a very good suggestion. We have to always work within the limits of our boundaries, but I'm sure Sam Booth and Tom will take that suggestion to the appropriate people as well. Sam, did you have any thing that you wanted to interject, Sam Taylor?
Mr. Chair, to be perfectly honest, I would need a minute or two to look that up. I'm not sure specifically whether or not Title II of the code or even the bylaws perhaps authorize that. Maybe I can get back to you at next meeting.
Sure.
If that's possible.
Great. Thank you. Maureen, did you have other comments that you wanted to make on priorities or issues, or do you want us to move on to other people?
No, I know that once we get Title 20 under control, a lot of these priorities that are listed 1 to 3 years will just fall right into place. So I like that we have the language in the master plan and under the implementation that staff can take the time that they need and things will get bumped or shifted as need be.
Thank you, Maureen. Other members of the Planning Commission? I think, Bryce, I said you would be next. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have any comments.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anybody else on the Planning Commission with comments on their priorities for the year? Mark, go ahead.
Yes, so my goals for 2021 would center around the development code. First and foremost, I want to see the new language regarding the use of TDRs every time a new map is recorded. I'd like to have irrigation ditch easements delineated better on all maps. Unfortunately, the way it works right now is sometimes homeowners are not aware that there is a 30-foot or a 50-foot ditch cleaning easement through their property. And in many times they might accidentally build a shed that encroaches into that easement and causes a lot of headache for trying to keep the ditches clean. I want to look at the planned unit developments. I believe that our code lays out the minimum, and it appears to me that most developers only want to meet the bare minimum. So I'd like to take a look at parking requirements and maybe some side yard setbacks. And lastly, I'd like to look at defining what a demonstrated need is when we're doing a master plan update. Currently, it seems that we are only looking at the local planning area, where I think it might be more appropriate to look at the county as a whole. But those are kind of the areas that I'm looking forward to working on in 2021.
Thank you very much, Mark. Very well put. Other members for offering their suggestions? I had a couple that I wanted to just toss out and then maybe a question of Sam Booth for clarification. And I agree with Tom's list. I think that was an excellent start. I would also refer to Action 3 and Action 4 under the implementation part of the economic development one. And those are ones that you had on your list, Tom, the South Shore Area Plan and the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan. Sam Booth, could you give me maybe a 1-minute explanation of what the difference of those two is, what the key element would be for the South Shore area plan as opposed to the Tahoe Douglas area plan?
Yeah, thank you, Kirk. This is Sam Booth. For the record, I can attempt to. First of all, I think each of the plans and what's contained in the plans in the Tahoe Basin is dictated by the regional plan, the TRPA regional plan. And in 2012, there was a regional plan update basin-wide that was done that changed the way that TRPA suggested that local plans should be constructed, I suppose. And that prior to that change in 2012, the policy or practice was that there were smaller area plans that were done, they were plan area statements that were done almost down to the neighborhood level. So we had those for, Glenbrook, Round Hill, Cave Rock, each of the different areas within the Tahoe Basin, or neighborhoods really, and described those areas, the existing uses, and described, what's allowable or not allowable, setbacks, those type of things. And in 2012, the regional plan update said that what they wanted to see in the basin were area plans that were more broad than just those neighborhood level plans. So after that update in 2012, Douglas County was one of the first to implement that area plan model with the South Shore area plan. And it was approved in 2013, and it was the first area plan within the basin. Following the adoption of the South Shore area plan, or I guess to go back, your question was, what differentiates that? I think we all know that that South Shore is, the state line area in the casino corridor, in the commercialized, aspect of that area is much different than the residential neighborhoods in the rest of Douglas County within the Tahoe Basin. And so I think there was a recognized need for a separate plan to describe that commercial core versus the rest of the area within the county. So once that plan was approved, it was an area plan for the South Shore. And then you still had the plan area statements for each of the neighborhoods within the rest of the county. And that's where we still exist today. After that was approved in 2013, between 2013 and 14, staff prepared an amendment to the South Shore area plan and some updates, and they developed a draft Tahoe Douglas area plan. So it was the Tahoe Douglas area plan is basically everything else within Tahoe and Douglas County outside of the South Shore. So more residential in nature than the South Shore area plan. That is just a draft plan that's been sitting on the shelf since, I think, in about 2014 and 2015. That plan was presented to the county commissioners, and there was an ordinance, I think, moving that process forward. And where it was left was that it needed to go back to TRPA to their governing board for approval, and it never made it through some of the committees prior to that at TRPA. And I think staff turnover here at the county level is first and foremost what caused that. And then as the plan sits on the shelf, the environmental review that's as part of that has to be updated. And so it becomes more cumbersome the longer it sits there. So what I have in my office on the shelf are several boxes with that draft 2014 and 2015 Tahoe Douglas area plan, and then the updates to the South Shore area plan. As I said, the longer they sit here, the more work we have to update them. That being said, in 2019, myself and our senior planner, Louis Carriola, as well as Tom Dallaire, went and met with TRPA staff and discussed how to bring these plans across the finish line and get them updated. And basically TRPA is interested in that because, as I said, the 2012 regional plan tells the counties and local jurisdictions that they want these area plans. So Douglas County right now is not in conformance with that, in that we still have the plan area statements. So we have some work to do. They're interested in seeing those move forward, and TRPA staff helped us greatly in 2019 to just clean up and dust off the documents and prepare them. We got pretty close, and then it was about August 2019, and we were right in the middle of the master plan update of the maps here in the valley, and so we had to put that on the back burner while we got the master plan worked on. And of course that took just about all of 2020 with the text update to the master plan. So now that those two things are behind us, I think we can move back to finalizing these two plans. There's not a lot of work that needs to be done here. Douglas County is proposing to apply design standards that are already contained in the South Shore area plan to the Tahoe Douglas area plan and basically the rest of the Tahoe area, because those design standards are as recent as 2013, so they're much more up to date than the rest of the design guidelines we have in code. Only minor revisions are needed, just things here and there, but there are some developments that have changed since the draft documents. One of the interesting areas is the Kale Drive area, and there's a plan for the revitalization of the Kale Drive area, the Tahoe Beach Club development, and what existed on that site prior to Tahoe Beach Club. And so updating the plans just to show what's changed basically since 2014, 2015. And the process is going to be that I think we're going to be working to update those, and we have to do an initial environmental checklist to make sure that it conforms with the environmental regulations at Tahoe. And then there's a regional plan implementation committee that TRPA has. They have to review everything here. Once they give us the go ahead, we'll be able to bring it forward to the County Planning Commission and the county commissioners. And then it just does that bounce back and forth that then it has to go to the Tahoe TRPA Planning Commission for approval, and then back to our commissioners, and then back up to the TRPA Governing Board. So there's quite an approval process that I anticipate is going to take a few months. But we'll be working to bring that forward. And as soon as I have some draft documents, I'll bring that to the Planning Commission.
Good. I think there are a number of key issues that we want to look at very carefully. And I appreciate the work that's been done in the past. I think it's going to be a long process. So anytime you deal with TRPA, it's a long process, and we got the bounce back problem as well. So we'll put our noses to the grindstone and get it done, and hopefully get it done in a productive fashion that involves the community and is a positive product for the county. Let me just mention three other quick things, and then I'll turn it over to whoever else on the Planning Commission wants to go forward. Other things that I think should be priorities on the growth management and the housing element. Action 8, review the single family design standards in the development code to determine whether or not impediments exist for the development of moderately priced entry level homes, including single family attached units. I think that should be a front burner issue. Item 10, prepare recommendations on amending the development code. That's what Tom put in there. But I think the important part is to require developers to include a percentage of affordable units in large subdivisions in a return for density. I think that is a key issue to move forward on. And then the last one would be on the growth management and housing. Action item 1, develop key indicators to monitor the impacts of growth as well as progress being made towards implementing the county's growth management programs, and report on their effectiveness and possible improvements on an annual basis. And I know, Tom, that's on your front burner issue. You've already done a lot of work on that. And I think we want to be involved with that process, because that's critical for the future of the county. So those are the comments that I wanted to make on this agenda item. And I'll be happy to yield to anybody else on this item for comments. Christy.
Christy Kendall for the record. Sam, as you're doing the South Shore plans, I know one of the biggest priorities for TRPA is transportation. So if we can figure out how to help them as well in our plan and kind of contribute towards that. And I'm sure that'll be part of the drafting and any work groups. But that's obviously desperately needed. So that'd be the one thing I'd add at this point.
Thank you, Christy. That's very important. Yes. Anybody else on the Planning Commission care to add thoughts on this agenda item? Great. Well, we look forward, Tom and Sam, to the activities that'll stem from what we've listed for priorities down the road. So I will close agenda item number 3 and move to agenda item number 4, and I will read this into the record. For discussion only, review of housing in Douglas County, including a review of approved projects, building permits issued in recent years, and the building permit allocation and growth management ordinance. Staff will review the available information, the method used to track approved projects, and the process for reviewing development agreements. Nick, you requested that we have this on the agenda. I'd made some modifications and tried to elaborate on what your request was. So I added my name because I do think this is an important issue. And then I know, Tom, you and Sam have done a great deal of work on this as well. There was materials included in the packet and materials included in the supplemental materials. Colleen, I know you put the material in on development agreements, which is very helpful. So I'd be happy to turn it over to Tom or Sam for some opening comments, and then Nick, you'll be first to be recognized after that.
Thank you, Chairman Mulder. Tom Delaire for the record. I'm going to share my screen again. I do have a couple of the items that you have in your packet on there, so that we can discuss it. I think let's see. You guys should see the vested project list. So, Sam and his team have updated this from what was published in the master plan. Although, it was just approved in December, it's out of date already, which is unfortunate, but that's what happens, as time goes on. But we want to try and get this available to the public. It seems like it is fairly important, or it's very important, to our community. And we want to, get this online. We are working with our permits, and in that effort, trying to figure out an easier way to pull reports out of what we are permitting, to better track the numbers that we're having to manually do. So every time we update this, it is an extensive effort for staff to update and make sure that the numbers are correct. So what has been updated in here is we have added on the second page. So this is the vested list. So these are all projects that were approved prior to the growth ordinance going in. And these are the numbers of, and can you guys see the arrow on the screen there? The number of units are approved, and this is basically showing the actual numbers that of projects and lots that have been approved but not really created yet. So we do have that lots recorded through 2020, so all the way through December 2020. Out of all those projects, these are the number of lots that have been recorded. So you can see here Virginia Ranch, even though there's 1,020 lots that are approved, that's per the specific plan, but there has not been any recorded lots on that project. So you can see that there's still 120 or 1,020 lots remaining. And so that we have analyzed that for all of these developments. And I know we've had, with the turnover in commissioners and both the planning commission and the county commission, we're getting a lot of questions about development agreements and that and the way that process has happened. And so we are working on a table, kind of tracking that a lot better than what has happened in the past, which was a binder again in Sam's office. You can come in and look at all of those development agreements if you want. All those are together in a binder, but we don't really have a summary sheet of that binder. So it is difficult, to get the actual record document or the ordinance number without staff having to do a lot of research and obtaining that information. So we're trying to get that a little bit or further along at our fingertips, so that when we do get ask these questions, we have those answers. This slide, and it was in your packet as well, is the project list. And as you can see here in Minden, we did update the Buckeye Farm specific plan 2020 to the number. So again, nothing's been recorded. So it's recording 0 so far for parcels being created. They've got a ways to go before that actually can happen. And so we're you know, as we review those projects as they come in, you know, we'll keep these things updated. And as you know, phases are recorded and constructed, then we will update those as well. We were trying to do it on a quarterly basis, every 3 months or so, and so we can keep that information on the website and in the same format that we created for the master plan. And I appreciate the Planning Commission's assistance with that on how reporting this information is easier for the public and for the commission to review. And so we did quite extensive modifications to the spreadsheet that housed all this information, and what you see in this format is a result of that effort. So we appreciate that. Chairman Walder, if you would allow me, I could continue on with the building numbers, I think, or unless we want to just answer questions about those particular forms now, either way.
No, go ahead and continue on with the building numbers, and then we can let Nick start with his questions or comments all at once.
Okay, so I just want to review, and this is something that we presented. GIS created a map, and I apologize for the smallness of the font, but I believe we handed this out as part of materials for the master plan process. But as you can see here on this in the North Carson Valley area, all the projects that have been recorded that GIS has been tracking. We've got subdivision names and project names, but really the data is not there in GIS yet. But we will be working with the GIS department to get that kind of information on there, so you can hover over the particular subdivision and see the data that we've been tracking. So we want to get that information on GIS as well, and we've been working with the GIS department closely on other types of viewers that we think the public are demanding and want to see. And so that way, that's another avenue that information can become available to the public. But just quickly, looking at all of these, as they get built out, these subdivisions, once they are completely built out, those subdivisions will be removed from the list because there's no more potential lots. So I just want to make that clear that there are many subdivisions out there that have been built out and are not included in our list. So so if they are built out and 100% of those parcels have been created, then for that particular project, then they are removed from the list. This one is in central Douglas County, so you can see there's a lot of projects that were recorded and built out over the years. And this is just the southern Carson Valley area in general. So just wanted to make sure that was clear to the commission. And then I came across this was probably a few weeks ago in the building folder. They have been tracking, permits over the years. So we have been reporting on them for quite a while, since 1990. And we've got data from clear back to 1990. So what we see here is the 10-year data from 1990 to 1999, and then from 2000 to 2009, 2010 to 2020. I should have made it 2019, but anyway, 10-year totals. But I wanted to really show how the permitting has been reduced in the last 10 years. From 2010 to 2020, we had issued 1,469 single-family dwelling permits. And I want to remind also the commission that single-family dwelling permits is also an accessory dwelling. So we are working on trying to separate accessory dwellings from our single family dwellings, because in my mind, an accessory dwelling isn't the same thing as a single family dwelling. That we will need to track that a little tighter on our data that we've been collecting in the last 10 years. But moving forward, I want to track it separate from single family and have that as a separate column. The valuation is what's interesting here. When you take in all of the amounts, you look at the evaluation, the valuation. So this is the valuation that's reported on the building permit stage. This is what we're tracking. It's not necessarily what Trent values the project at, but it's just a mechanism that we've established here at the county that is one of those tracking mechanisms that we keep track of. And so we have $1,177,000,000 in assessed value off of 1,500 residential permits. And you see in 1999, so right before 2000, we have $1,171,000,000 in valuation total for 4,800 permits. So we're at the same value being permitted, but at a quarter of the actual permits being issued. I think that's important to consider. And then this is just a bar graph, and I apologize, Chairman Walder. I know you and I worked on another bar graph. I wanted to include that. I've got to get that in here. I just didn't get it updated. I apologize, but this is what we had established. I think with day number 5. I don't remember the exact number, but it was right after I first started. I had to do a presentation to the county commission, and we just did it this way. But basically, you have the single family dwelling permits here. 200 were issued duplex permits that we've issued a couple. It just represents what's on the last, the numbers that were on the last slide. And then this goes into that valuation again, as by year, not by a total of 10 years, but this is by year. So you can evaluate how the big dip happened, what that value was that we actually permitted out there. And this is basically all the permits, with exception of the miscellaneous permits or over-the-counter permits, all the small stuff. So it's really just residential and commercial valuations that we're looking at here. And then Sam Booth and I had a few conversations. This is a slightly different than what you have seen in the past. And Sam and I wanted to talk a little bit about this. And we're still trying to get a better feel for what's easy for the commission to understand. But I wanted to just share with you, this is all the permits issued and allocation. So I believe it's the units, the actual number of units. So if there was one permit issued for an apartment complex with 6 units, it would include the number for 6 in that. So it's the allocations actually submitted. But since the growth ordinance was started in 2007, the permitting, and it's basically by the market, the value, the overall permits for all the residential permits, we went above it in 2018. We almost hit the red line, which is the residential allocations that were distributed. But remember, the blue line includes vested lots and also the project lots and also the individual parcels that were built on. So this is everything that was built in Douglas County, with exception of 2018. We kept under the actual residential allocations that were distributed. And then this gray line up here is the actual, it's the actual distribution or allocations allowed. And then this difference is what that 47% was a reduction because of those vested parcels. And I think it's important to note that the vested parcels that are the vested projects, they're not limited to a number of permits. So they are allowed to build until they get out here to 2032, and then it goes back, and then all vested projects will then become projects in 2032. And so there is going to be a need to track the individual permits on here, and the next slide shows that. So basically what we've done is we've had the individual projects, And then the individual and projects are the blue line here that we're tallying. We're adding those two together, so that this line, you know, we should never issue a permit. Well, excluding the pools, theoretically, we should never issue any more than what goes above the red line on that particular blue line. So if that makes sense. And then the vested projects and vested permits is the orange line. And when you add the blue line and the orange line together, you get the black line, which is what's represented on the slide before you. So I hope that is a little more clear. So we're tracking them as we're going along, and you can see here the individual and project that were actually issued, and then the vested line here is the orange line is the vested permits that were issued. And then the bar graphs based on the same information. So I've got the lighter color orange is the vested, and the darker color orange is what's vested was the reduction. So the amount it was reduced. And then I just wanted to compare numbers to see if we ever issued more vested parcels than we actually allowed for that reduction. And it doesn't look like we have. We were close in 2017, but in 2018, but not quite there. And the darker column is the vested number of vested permits that we issued. The green line, again, is individual allocations. The lighter one is what's allowed. The darker one is what was permitted. And then the blue line here is the lighter one is what's allowed for project allocations. And you can see this particular year in 2007, none were issued. You come over here to 8 and you can see the dark blue line, looks like 20 were issued under a project. And so you can see that, and then nothing until you get here to 2015. So no project building has happened between 2008 and 2015. And then we started creeping more and more permits, and in 2018 it jumped, 2019 jumped more, and then back down for 2020. So it looks like it looks like the market is taking care of this this growth management, or this growth ordinance that we have. So the market has been driving the way that the building has been happening over these last years. So with that, I don't know if Sam Booth has any more he wants me to add or wants to add to this, or if you guys have any questions, I'd turn it back over to the commission for questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. That's excellent information. We really appreciate all the work you did on putting those materials together. Sam Booth, did you want to chime in with a couple of comments, or should we bring it back to us?
I think go ahead, Mr. Chairman. You can bring it back for questions.
Okay, great. Well, we appreciate your work on this, and I know Colleen did good work on a number of these things as well. So thank you very much, Colleen, for your work. Nick, you asked that we deal with this issue, so I'd be happy to turn it over to you for comments or questions that you'd like to make at this point.
Can you bring up the slide that was in the package called the residential allocation tracking table?
Yeah, I have that, Tom, if you need me to share. Okay, I'll share this. Thank you.
Yeah, I found that document to be particularly useful in giving kind of a big picture approach to everything. And Tom or Sam, if I could ask you just to kind of walk through the columns there to kind of orient everybody to that.
Yeah, I can do that. Nick, this is Sam Booth, planning manager for the record. So this table, starting from the left side, what's in white there is the allocations that were dictated by the growth management ordinance that are available. And if you look in Douglas County Code 20.560, you'll see those white columns, number for number today in the county code. So that's where we're pulling those from. So in 2007, when they analyzed the population at that time, and they applied the 2% growth to that, and then they figured out how many units basically would get the population to that 2% growth out the 25 years and out, I guess, all the way out 50 years for the projection. But what they then attempted to do was to say, okay, here's the number of units in the first column that are allowed to be built in each year in order to keep us at that 2% growth level. But they knew that if we go back to our subdivision list, the first page here, these vested projects, basically they're allowed to get around the allocation system because they were approved prior to the growth management ordinance, or they were grandfathered. So these don't require an allocation. And you can see that today we show about 2,500 remaining units that could potentially be built if the developers keep these projects moving forward. And so to account for that, the county said, okay, we're going to reduce that number that's issued by 47%. So we're not going to allow all 317 allocations to be given out, because if you allowed that, and then you also allowed the grandfathered subdivisions or the vested subdivisions to be built out, you would exceed that 2% growth. So they picked a number and they said 47%. So what you're seeing there in the second column is the 317 is subtracted by 47%. Basically, it's a restriction on the growth ordinance to account for the grandfathered or vested projects. And what we're left with is what's in the red column. We say distributed, but maybe a better term is they're available to distribute. The allocation system is giving those to the county to say, okay, you can give these out to builders and to projects. So in that first year, there were 168 that were available to distribute. Then the ordinance and the resolutions that are associated with it divide that number out into individual allocations. These are allocations that would be issued to anything that's not within a subdivision map, not within a plan development or a specific plan. So a parcel map, which includes just 4 parcels or less. If someone does a parcel map, they would require an individual allocation. This also applies to the lots that existed in some of the areas like the Ranchos or Johnson Lane that existed prior to the growth management ordinance that weren't part of a subdivision or any pending development. So if you or I own a lot, maybe in Johnson Lane, and we want to go build a home, we just hire our own custom builder to go build a single family home, we would require an individual allocation. And 70% of that total of 168 is given to individual allocations, and only 30% is given to projects. And projects are what we talk about. That's page 2 above here, the larger subdivisions, the plan developments, those type of things. So then you begin to get the picture of the 70-30 split there, that there were 118 for individuals in the first year, 50 for projects in the first year. And then as you move forward or to the right, we're tracking how many are issued out of each of those individual or projects that were available. So in the first year, only 19 individual allocations issued. There were 118 available. And so what happens then is there were 99 remaining. And at the end of the year, those go back into the pool. And that was the agreement that the commissioners had at the time, that the remaining allocations go back into the pool to be used in the next year. So in year 2, 2008, there were 120 available, and we only issued 28. So that remainder there, 92 by my math, gets added to the 99 that was already in the pool at the end of the year, and that's how you get the 199. You can see how that number compounds. So there's been a lot of discussion about what's in the pool. You can see the individual pool is at 1329. The project pool is at 592. Now you can add those numbers together, but what I would say is that you can't, they're not the same types of developments that can use those different pools. So a subdivision or a project cannot go pull out of the individual pool. They would be limited to that 592 in the blue allocation pool here. So the same thing we track for the projects. As Tom had said, In 2008, there were some projects, about 20 of them that were issued. And after that, there were no project allocations issued until about 2014. And I think this is because, if you can imagine, first of all, the Great Recession and its impact after the ordinance was put in place in 2007. But also, if you understand that the projects that were approved prior to 2007, they had their entitlements in hand. They were closer to development. So that's why you would see those build out in those first few years. Whereas the projects that were just recently approved in 2008, 9, or 10, it would take them several years to be able to get their subdivision maps recorded, get the utilities and infrastructure in the ground to be able to actually build units and then get those issued. So that's why we're just now seeing in 2017, 18, really 19, some of those being used. And you can see the numbers. It's around 50, and it's grown to be about 60 allocations that are available each year. That's basically the table. What's over here on the right is just our tracking of those vested projects, which is from, again, page number 1 of the subdivisions. And again, these in the brown column, they don't have to use the allocation system, but that's just our internal tracking, just so that we know how many are being used. And then again, just for our information, we're adding up the individual and project pool just to see how many permits are being issued together out of those 2 pools in each year. If you add the vested and the individual and project used, that's the total number of homes built in a year. And that's what Tom showed on his chart, that black line that he had showed there and described to you how you would add those 2 other ones together.
So in 2020, the total number of houses built were 104 from the vested used column, plus the 116 from the individual plus project column. Is that right?
That's correct. So 220 altogether.
It's not the actual houses built. It was the units that were, so like apartment buildings. We had a number of apartments. So those are the number of allocations that were distributed. So if you have one building permit for an apartment complex that had 6 units in it, we issued 1 building permit, but
I get it.
But there's 6 allocations that went to that 1 permit. So these are all the allocations. So when you look at the table here, we can't compare it to the building permit one because we're not tracking the units in the apartments. Well, we are tracking it, but it's not being reported the same. So I'm trying to get that to mesh a little better.
Okay. Okay, good. Sam, thanks for that. I appreciate it. So just to summarize, if you go back to the vested projects sheet. Okay, so this is showing that we've got 2,534 homes that are already grandfathered in under these existing projects. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the big projects that we have in here are that are not really complete at this particular point is Virginia Ranch, right? 1,020 homes that are grandfathered in.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, is there any restriction on the number of homes that they can build in a single year?
So I suppose, well, the short answer, excuse me, and this is Sam again, is no. Vested projects, because they do not require an allocation, are not subject to those limits that the allocation system, provides. Other than just the practicality of they have a phasing schedule to Virginia Ranch.
Right.
And as Tom said, there are 0 lots recorded So they'll have to record phase one map first. They would have to put the utilities infrastructure and the roads in for that phase, and then they could move into recording phase two in that subdivision. It'd be highly unlikely that a developer could come in and record, maybe 4 subdivision maps in 1 year and do all of that infrastructure and utilities at the same time, and have the permits ready to construct those houses. But could they? Theoretically, yes.
Okay. And then the other project of major size is Clear Creek, which the number of units approved is 384 and lots recorded are 223. So they have a small amount to go.
Yes, that's correct, Nick. And I think under opening public comment, I heard, a question about how many homes have been built up there. That's what we're tracking in the permits allocated. So there's 51 homes there. The only caveat being within the allocation table, as Tom said, there's a little difference between the types of units and everything else, but there are 223 lots recorded. And so, yes, they have several phases still to go to be able to get a number of recorded lots to hit that total 384. And of course, permits that they'll need to start pulling to be able to get to that number.
Okay, and the last one of any size is this ranch at Gardnerville, Anchor.
Yes, that's kind of split.
So that one has 633 units. Yeah.
Yes, and that straddles Minden and Gardnerville, kind of as it says there. It would be out Gilman and Hayborn Meadows is a portion of that. It was originally called the Ranch at Gardnerville. And then Alton Anchor is the owner, I believe, of the other portion of it. And that it'd be on the south side of Buckeye. And essentially the two sides of that development are going to meet at Zero Lane Road, which has access that comes back out to 395, if you know where Zero Lane is.
And where is that in terms of phases? Is that also a phased development?
Yes, it is a phased development. There are 2 portions to it because there's 2 separate landowners there. And so that's what I'm describing, that there are several phases building from the north down to the south from Buckeye Road south. And then there are other phases that are building up from Gilman up that direction.
Okay. So in any view of future growth, we have to take into account this 2,534 vested lots, basically, that could be built at some time by these projects.
Yes.
Okay, and then on the subdivision map, yeah, that document right there. So I noticed in just looking at the years that these projects were approved, that there was a massive push starting in 2017 to approve dozens of projects, okay? Mm-hmm. Starting in 2017, we've approved 22 projects in total for 3,971 homes, including the 2,218 for Buckeye Farms, which is the recent park property. So where was this massive push coming from?
Well, I can't answer that, perfectly, just not being on the development side or a landowner of any of these projects myself, Nick. But my guess would be, first of all, anything that was prior to 2007 would be on the first page above us. So we know that this list would only be 2008 or more recently. And then when we all know the economy and the recession, I can imagine that there were very few projects that were eager to come in and spend money in design and in requesting approvals. I don't know when we actually pegged the date for the end of the recession, but whether it was 2014, 2013, somewhere around there. And so I think if you just follow that through to its fruition, if you're a developer, the recession is ending in about 2013 or 2014, and you're eyeing a project and maybe eyeing financing, you're still going to have a few years of needing to get the entitlements approved and the application submitted and the design work and those type of things. So if it's 2014 and it takes you a year or 2 or 3 to get the zoning in place or a subdivision map approved and those type of things, and the coming before the planning commission and the board, I think that's where we're seeing 2016, 17 and beyond all the numbers here. But I do agree with you that it's bottom heavy as far as the timeline.
So the end result is, though, that we've got 4,038 lots that have been approved, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that combined with the vested gives us about what? 6,600 homes?
Yeah, just about. Yep.
6,600 homes that have been approved or have either been grandfathered in. And then that backlog has to be applied against the growth ordinance, what's available in the growth ordinance.
That's correct. Exactly.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm clear about the numbers.
Nick, did you want to add some comments, or should we move on to other members of the planning commission and then we can circle back to you with other things?
No, please move on. I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very good explanation, Sam. And Bryce, you had your hand up. Go ahead next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sam, for going through that. There's a lot of information that you provided there and some graphs that we haven't seen, which were very helpful. I'd like to read a statement, and then if I could, I want to, much like Nick, I've been on the Planning Commission for a little over a year, and it took me kind of sitting down and diving into the numbers and putting together some spreadsheets for me to get my head around it. So if the commission would allow me to, I just want to kind of talk through this and then share some thoughts that I have. So as I mentioned, during the time I've been on the Planning Commission, I've tried to get my arms around the permit allocation and growth ordinance tables, given their importance in the approval of applications and public perception regarding potential growth in the valley. At almost every Planning Commission meeting, we receive public comment pertaining to uncontrolled growth in the county as a basis for which we, as planning commissioners, should deny applications regardless of the basis for that application. For me to properly do my job as a planning commissioner, I needed to see visually and factually the history and current state of the growth ordinance and permit allocations related to single and multifamily units in the valley. To completely understand where we have been, where we are, and where I believe we are going, I put together a snapshot from the information provided by staff and outlined in the residential allocation tracking table, invested, non-vested units matrix. For me, I needed to see it in simple terms, identify what has been approved, what allocation it falls under, and what stage of entitlement the project may be in. I understand that there are a number of variables that cannot possibly be captured in one document, but I believe this provides a high-level analysis of where we are as a county relative to the issue. I would like to just take a few minutes to walk through, in addition to what Sam and Tom have already provided, the document that I provided in the hopes that it provides my fellow commissioners, the board, and the public the clarity that it has provided me. And Sam, would you mind pulling that up if you can?
Bryce, this is Sam Booth. Is that the chart that you had provided? Oh, I think you're still muted.
Bryce, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, the PDF that I had sent you guys earlier.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, and I just would mention that Bryce had just sent us this prior to the meeting this morning, and we'll post it as supplemental after the meeting this evening.
Yeah, and Sam, I don't know if you're able to blow that up. And again, I apologize for the late submittal, but it took some time to get this all put together and try to ensure its accuracy.
Okay.
Okay, that'll work. So much like the information that Tom and Sam had reviewed earlier, what I tried to do is break this down in 3 parts as opposed to looking at multiple documents and just try to capture a summary or analysis of where we are. So as they mentioned at the top of the page, it talks about the residential allocation table based on the 2007 Growth Management Ordinance. And we run through the 2007 numbers, 317 allocated, 168 distributed, broken out 70-30 for individual and project. 19 permits were issued, no rollover at the time. 0 project permits issued, no rollover at the time. 37 permits issued to vested projects for a total permits issued for individual project invested of 56. So in 2007, 18% of the available allocations were issued. From 2008 to 2020, those numbers at a 2% growth rate. And so what I'll talk about is in column B, the 317 represents the number of allocations identified in the ordinance, starting with 317 in 2007, should say 7, excuse me, not 17, and increasing 2% per year. The 4745 represents 2% growth from 2008 to 2020, as the gentleman represented earlier. Column C, the 168 represents the number of allocations available in 2007 to individual and project, i.e. subdivisions, as we've discussed, after reducing the total allocations by 47% to account for vested projects prior to the ordinance. The 2513 represents 2% growth from 2008 to 2020 proportionally. Column D, as I mentioned, the 118 represents 70% of the remaining 53% non-vested allocations. Column E represents 30% of the remaining 53% non-vested allocations to project permits. The 19 in column F represents individual permits issued in 2007, and the 547 represents the individual permits issued from 2008 to 20. And the average number of individual permits issued from 2007 to 20 was 30, and the most being 78 during that time period. Column G, the 1329, represents the rollover of unused individual permit allocations year over year from 2008 to 2020, as Sam Booth went through earlier. Column H, the 0, represents project permits issued in 2007. The 162 represents project permits issued from 08 to 20. And again, the average number of project permits issued between 7 and 20 was 12, the most was 60. The 592 in column I represents the rollover of unused project permit allocations year over year. Once again, as Sam mentioned earlier. Column J, the 37 represents the number of vested permit allocations in 2007. The 935 represents the number of vested permit allocations from 2008 to 2020. The average number of vested permits issued from 2007 to 20 was 67. The most was 146. Column K, the 56 represents the number of individual project and vested permits issued in 2007. The 1644 represents the total amount of individual project and vested permits issued from 2008 to 2020. This is an average of 126 permits or allocations per year. Again, way below what is identified in the growth ordinance. Column L, this represents the percentage of permits issued against the available allocation. You'll see that that number is just under 25%. From 2007 to 2020, this averaged 117 permits per year, which represents 37% of what the total allocation was in year one in 2007. Through an economic downturn and robust growth cycle, the county never exceeded more than 244 permits, which occurred in 2018 during the boom, or 62% of what the original ordinance allowed for. So that summarizes a bunch of what's contained in the documents that Sam and Tom provided. And so then we move on to current vested and non-vested lots approved through 2020. And so pre-2007 ordinances, as they mentioned, the number of vested units approved prior to 2007 ordinance was 5,493. Of that, 3,583 were vested lots recorded through 2020, 2,959 vested permits allocated through 2020, 2,534 vested units remaining through 2020. Through 2008 to 2020, the non-vested units approved through 2020 is 4,162. Non-vested lots recorded through 2020 is 182. Non-vested permits allocated through 2020 is 124. And non-vested units remaining through 2020 is 4,038. So as Nick did the math earlier, that leaves 6,572 total vested and non-vested units remaining through 2020. But I want to bring attention to a couple of the columns. Column H, the 124, represents the number of permits issued on non-vested lots from 2008 to 2020. The average number of permit allocations issued in that period was 9.5 per year. In column J, the 6,572 represents the total number of vested and non-vested lots that are in some stage of entitlement. As Sam Booth mentioned, there is a variety of entitlements that still must take place. The majority of these would not be eligible for a permit today, as they still have several approvals to go through before they are permit ready. From 2007 to 2020, 1,097 permits have been issued for vested and project allocations. Those are the subdivision type that Sam alluded to earlier. Assuming all 6,572 lots were permit ready and the county maintained the same pace of 78 permits per year, which is the 1,097 divided by the 14 years, it would take 84 years, which is 6,572 divided by the 78 pace. It would take 84 years to issue these permits and burn through the backlog. If for some reason that was increased at a rate of double, it would take 42 years to burn through that backlog. As we move down into the final table of some forecasting and just some predictions, what I did is in 2021, I identified that the number of project allocations available in the pool carryover, which doesn't include individual allocations, is 592. Each subsequent year after that, there's 68, 69, 69, so on, all the way to 2030 at 81, which totals 1,337 that would be available. The average number of permits issued, if all were used by the completion of the growth management ordinance in 2031, or 11 years from now, would be 122. So again, I bring your attention to a couple columns. Column B, the 592 represents the number of project allocations in the carryover pool through 2020. Columns B through L, the 66 and each subsequent number after that represents the per year allotment based on the 30% allocation to projects. This represents the number of project allocations that can only be used for other developments, for example, subdivisions, but not individual permits. In column M, the 122 represents the average number of permits issued if all project pooled and allotted permits were used between 2021 and 2031. From 2007 to 2020, 1,097 were issued, or 78 per year, as I mentioned earlier. In order to get to the 122 above, the the amount of permits would have to increase by 56%, which appears unrealistic. So in closing, I would like to thank the planning commissioners and the Board of County Commissioners in 2007 for their foresight to keep our community rural and lay a path for responsible and managed growth. As we can see from the information in the snapshot, not only has the growth management ordinance worked, but the free market system has resulted in less than 50% of the units allowed under the ordinance. Through the recession of 2007 through 2010 and the economic prosperity of the last 4 years, the checks and balances put in place by our local government have worked in harmony with our economy. This is exactly how it's supposed to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Bryce. That was very useful information, and we appreciate your putting that all together. Thank you. Other members of the Planning Commission that have comments or would like to ask questions of Tom or Sam or Nick or Bryce? Everybody's done a lot of good work on this. Mark, you can go next, and then Nick will follow back up with you then.
So Sam, I don't know if you can bring up the chart that you had before you brought up Bryce's chart. But my question is, near the bottom there, you were talking about Ruhenstroff, and it said the Corley Ranch. And I can't remember if it said 200 units or what. But so do those never, yeah, perfect. So do those never expire?
No, excuse me, Mark, this is Sam Booth, Planning Manager for the record. What we're looking at here, page 2 is the subdivision plan development or specific plans. So they're not vested. Well, even the vested projects expire. So everything is subject to expiration. Subdivision maps per NRS must present a final subdivision map for their first phase within 4 years. As we saw with the item earlier today on the agenda, just development permits issued by the county expire in 2 years. However, NRS also lays out that a plan development or a specific plan can set their own phasing schedule, and that's approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So as it relates to Corley Ranch, it does have a phasing schedule in the specific plan that the Board of Commissioners approved, and they're subject to that phasing schedule. I don't have it right now in front of me, but my guess is with the approval in 2015, there's going to be the first phase that's going to come due here, sometime soon. And what you can see is that they have 0 lots recorded through 2020. Now that a small caveat to that is that part of the, I suppose, the entitlements that they get with these approvals maybe the master plan change or approval of receiving area and the zoning change. So if the project expires, maybe the specific plan expires, the zoning never expires. The zoning is permanent unless the county ever moves to revoke it and change that, or if the master plan ever is amended to revise the master plan future land use. So the specific plan itself could, yes, it could expire. The zoning, then they may have in place to try to bring forward new proposals, but they would take approval of the Planning Commission and the board again.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Sam.
Sam Taylor, did you have something you wanted to interject on that one? And then we'll go to Nick.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of clarification on what Sam was saying. He talked about plan developments and specific plans, and I was just trying to remind the commission not to forget about development agreements as well.
Very good point. Thank you. Nick, go ahead with whatever questions or comments you had.
Just to follow up on Mark's question. Sam, are you saying that if a specific plan is granted by the Board of County Commissioners, that in all circumstances it expires after 4 years if no permits are pulled?
No, Nick, this is Sam Booth. What it would expire, just certainly, I can say for certain, because NRS dictates it and county code as well, is a subdivision map. And that's that's the first phase must be presented within 4 years for recording. Within a plan development or a specific plan, essentially think of those as a subdivision map where the developer gets to set his own terms for the phasing plan. And it's a special ordinance that approves those developments. And within that ordinance, the board approves a phasing schedule. So those can set their phasing schedule beyond 4 years. They can, I suppose they could say that the first phase won't be due for recording until 10 years after the approval. And then that's up for the purview of the county commissioners to review whether that's appropriate or not, or if that phase, a 10-year timeline is too long.
So according to NRS, if a subdivision map has to be recorded within 4 years, is that what we're saying? I'm still confused about what NRS says about the expiration of a subdivision.
Yes, it says that the first phase of a subdivision map must be presented for recording, so must be recorded within 4 years of the tentative map approval. And then beyond that first phase, I believe, Sam Taylor, I believe it's 2 years for each subsequent phase after the first phase. So if the first, you need phase 1 in 4 years, then phase 2 would essentially, it would be 6 years. Phase 3 would be 8 years, and continued out depending on the number of phases.
And what happens if, if the first phase or a subsequent phase is not recorded? What happens to the project?
Yep. So that is similar to the first project or the first item we had on the agenda today. It would expire if they don't meet that timeline, or they can come back and request extensions of the project, and those are issued in no longer than 2-year intervals.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Sam. Other members of the Planning Commission, Brian, I'm sorry.
So looking at the growth ordinance, Sam, Tom, maybe you guys have made some comparisons around in the area. How do we look compared to other areas? I mean, I know Reno's building at some incredible rate. Not to say we want to be them, but how does the growth management ordinance stack up to others that we see around Nevada, I would say?
Bryce, this is Tom Delaire. I am researching that right now as part of my research. I know Carson City has had a growth ordinance for a number of years prior to Douglas County, and so I don't think that they're hitting their numbers either. There's a lot of redevelopment happening in Carson City where they've taken older homes and are putting up apartment complexes and those kinds of things, but I don't think that they're getting close to their ordinance as well. I don't know that City of Reno has a growth ordinance. I haven't found one yet. I've been researching just through Google for the most part, just searching that, and a lot of them. There's a lot of growth ordinances down in California. Of course, there's a few in Utah that I've downloaded. I haven't read through all of them. I just have a document. Whereas I have time, I've been going through those, trying to figure out what exactly other areas have been doing.
I was just making the point that, Brian Olin again, that, we just make sure we compare some other things, make sure that we hit all the points. And, I do understand that a lot of people want us to remove the excess allocations and, what do other ones look like with excess allocations and such? At what point are they, if they started before us and they haven't been hitting, obviously they'd be at a much higher number by now. So, if we can have some comparisons, maybe, that we can share with the Planning Commission, and when we do review this, if we do review it at a later point, I think that'd be, something we'd appreciate.
Thank you, Brian. Very good comments. Other members of the Planning Commission that want to jump in here? Anybody else before we go back to Nick? Nick, go ahead.
Bryce, I want to thank you for putting together that spreadsheet. I mean, I think that was very helpful in terms of looking out, 20, 30, 40 years and how long it would take to consume basically the backlog that we have. But that brings up another question is, why would we ever approve another project if we have such a large backlog? I mean, how would a new project fit into a situation where there's such limited allocations and they're competing with other projects that are already approved?
I can attempt an answer to that, Mr. Chairman, if you'd allow me.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay, this is Sam Booth. Nick, I think, it's just a complicated answer in that you would have to look at, and the Planning Commission has the purview to, each of those developments and review their merits on a case-by-case basis, and reviewing the findings for approval of each of those, which may be different depending on the request that's come forward from the landowner. And I guess what I mean by that is, certainly you could say, or you could look at the backlog of subdivisions and say, we shouldn't approve any new developments or any new subdivisions or anything else like that. But if a landowner has the zoning in place, so, a landowner owns 40 acres and the county has zoned that single family 1 acre, let's say, he is entitled to bring forward a subdivision map that's in accordance with the rules that the zoning sets forth. So if he presents a subdivision map that shows 1 acre lots, they're the right size and width and dimension that the ordinance, dictates he must have, that the streets are the width and meet the code. If you review the findings for a subdivision approval, you'll find out that they're not too discretionary for the Planning Commission. They are more concerned with, are you meeting the requirements of Title 20 in the code? Are you ensuring public safety by meeting those requirements and the public infrastructure requirements? So I think, and honestly, it's the trouble that staff has many times in analyzing a development, and we review this and put together the staff report. I think we get accused many times in public comment in other areas of being pro-development, but what we're doing is we're trying to analyze the requirements of the development code, and did the developer meet those requirements? And if they did, then the development code says that you should recommend approval. That doesn't just come from Douglas County, that comes from NRS and beyond. And I'm sure Sam Taylor could give us a more thorough description. But sometimes it is that the developer has entitlements on his property, and he's allowed to bring that forward as long as he meets the requirements that we've set out in the development code. Now, what's something that may be different than that, and we have a lot of discussion on that, is a master plan amendment or a zoning map amendment. Now, those are a bit different in that the findings there do ask that, is there, I think for a master plan amendment, Mark Neddenrip mentioned earlier, is there an available need for that type of density or that type of development? And then the Planning Commission can say, we think there's a backlog here, and we don't believe there's a need for this requested change to the zoning or change to the master plan.
Thank you, Sam. Sam Taylor, did you want to add on to that?
Yes, Sam Taylor again. For the
I
record.
understand that, but project.
Hold on, Nick. I think Sam wanted to jump in, and then we can come back.
Okay.
To you. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Sam Taylor again for the record, Douglas County DAs. Yeah, just to follow up what Sam said and go to Nick, to your original question. Why would you continue to approve of these developments? And my answer is, because you approve a development does not necessarily mean it will be built. And the growth ordinance provides a first come, first served type allocation system. So a developer who wants to, develop a piece of property could come in tomorrow, get an approval and build all their homes and then take all the allotments. I mean, well, maybe not all of them. I don't think they would get all the allotments issued, but the point being is, whoever steps into the line first and asks for these allotments is entitled to them. So we have lots of developments that have never been built. I mean, over a long period of time. So that's why you keep seeing, sort of the buildup happening. But that doesn't necessarily because they're approved doesn't necessarily mean they'll be built. And you always got to keep that sort of in the back of your head that, you could have a large inventory, but that doesn't mean you're going to see all the houses, get permits.
Right. So, Sam, I appreciate that. That was going to be my follow-up question. A new landowner who comes in and gets a subdivision approved, he's going to be competing against these other developments that are on the books for allocations. So how is the queue established for that?
If you can hold on a second, I'm not sure. I think Tom maybe had something else to add, and I think he can probably answer that. It's basically it's a complex allocation quarterly and whole lot of machinations. If you want to read the growth management ordinance, you can fall asleep in about 5 minutes. But Tom, I know you wanted to interject something, and then maybe if you can answer Nick's question a little more straightforward fashion than my enunciation.
Chairman Mulder, I think you did a good job. It is complex for sure. There is a process established in the code that would allow developers to apply for these permits on a quarterly basis. So that's how we're going to end up having to control that. Since the ordinance has gone into effect in 2007, the market has driven that to date. So they're not competing yet for permits. And then the pooling ends up being another complex issue as well, as Bryce has elegantly expressed and shown how far out that has the potential to be. But from year to year, we have no idea how many permits are going to be issued. So a project has come in, Suncrest Court, for example, out in the Ranchos, 8 parcels. It was a subdivision. They built it, and we issued the last permits to the developer, 2 more spec homes there, and that one's done. That one, once those homes are finished and we've issued C of Os, that'll come off the list. So that's what I was pointing out earlier with all the subdivisions that we've had in the past, is that these things come and go as there's the market demands for those homes. A number of them, Job's Peak, Eagle Valley, Regal Ridge, Clear Creek, I can't afford that kind of a home on my salary here at the county. But they're issuing those permits, 2 or 3 a year, and it's going to take years for that to build out entirely. Pleasant View was something in high school, that went in when I was in high school, and it's finally done, and it's over 30 years ago, and that project is finally finished. The C of O hasn't been issued on the last home yet, but the permit has, and so you'll see that one come off the list. So I think as far as this goes, so far the market has established how many permits we're going to issue a year based on what can be sold, and what builders, like in now the times today, what builders can actually get materials to build the homes, because they're short of labor, the materials are difficult to get to. Try and order a refrigerator today that you want. I mean, it's going to take you months to get it. So there's a lot of dynamics that really play into how many permits are issued. And then also I've got to go to a school board meeting, and I just wanted to let you know, that's why I was raising my hand, was to I've got to go do a presentation to the school board, pretty much on the same type of stuff, and I'm going to have to leave this meeting to go there, and I'm doing the presentation in person. So Sam Booth, I've sent you my PowerPoint to help with the last item. If you need to use it, it's there for you to use. Sorry about that. I didn't think this was going to go. This meeting was going to go that long, so I apologize.
Thank you very much, Tom. You've put in a full day and you're going on overtime now. So we appreciate your good assistance, and Sam can carry on. I won't belabor the discussion anymore, but I think Sam, Tom, Nick, Bryce, Brian, everybody's made good comments here. And I would just conclude by saying it's a free market. It's competition. The Planning Commission, the Board of County Commissioners doesn't build houses, builders build houses. We give them the opportunity. If they don't take it, they don't succeed. If they don't sell their houses, they don't succeed. So that's kind of the way I come to the conclusion. But Nick, I'd give you the last word if you want the last word, or I'll yield to anybody else before we move on to the next item.
I want to thank Sam and Tom and Bryce for putting out all the material. I think it's very clarifying. And I think we should make an effort to use those specific documents whenever we communicate with people in the community about building permits and subdivisions and what's vested. I think that will help clarify a lot of misconceptions that may be out in the community.
Very good. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate everybody's good work and good comments. If there's nothing else, then we'll move on to agenda item 5. And I will read this into the record for discussion only. Review of Gardnerville Ranchos General Improvement District recommendations to the Planning Commission concerning the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan in the 2020 Master Plan. Nick, you requested this to be on the agenda, so I'll let you go first. I would want to note, though, that we do have some comments in supplemental materials. Member of the Gardnerville Ranchos GID, Ron Bush, submitted some very thoughtful comments. So I would call those to the attention of the public and the Planning Commission. And then Nick, if you want to go ahead and make some comments or ask some questions, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kirk. I asked for this agenda to be added, particularly from feedback that I got from people that live in the ranchos. The Ranchos GID held community meetings to develop their own community plan. And there was some bad feelings that it was not added in total as an appendix to the master plan. Unlike the plans for prosperity from the towns, Minden, Gardnerville, and Genoa. So I wanted to drill down on that and kind of clear the air on that, both internally and with the community. And I understand in my conversations with Sam and with Sam Booth and Tom Dallaire that there's an issue in NRS where the towns of Minden and Gardnerville and Genoa have an advisory capacity to the Board of County Commissioners. And that's the primary reason why their plans were included as appendices to the master plan, rather than a GID, which does not have this advisory capacity. So, and I know that Tom and Sam made an effort to try and take certain pieces from the Ranchos GID plan and include them in the master plan, the vision statement, and some other sections of that. And I thought that they did their best in order to try and incorporate that plan. But I wanted to see if there was a way that we could be more inclusionary to the effort that the Ranchos GID did put forth and the effort they put forth in developing their community plan without violating any NRS or advisory capacity. And Sam, I think you had a suggestion that you put forth that might address this situation. So maybe I could turn it over to you, Sam Taylor, and have you explain the difference in advisory capacity, but maybe a path forward here.
Sam Taylor again for the record. Yeah, just kind of by way of background, Nicholas had, written me an email and asked for kind of like the legal authority that differentiates a improvement district from a town. And there's two different provisions. One is under the NRS, and there's also sort of like the code, which sets out what constitutes an advisory body. Now, under the NRS, an improvement district is limited to like things like roads and sewers and infrastructure and what have you, and its management and care of those things, including a park. The current ordinance, which created ranchos, basically sets out exactly what they can and cannot do. It's a very specific list. Under the NRS, if somebody wants to act in an advisory capacity, like, for example, the town board and also our code, they basically need to be a town, incorporated town or unincorporated town. And towns have different status than an improvement district. And I would also note that, for example, the Ranchos Improvement District does not encompass the totality of the entirety of Ranchos area. I think Tom Delaire was pointing that out. So the improvement district really isn't designed to speak on behalf of residents of a given area or those whom they serve on policy matters. The policy matters are reserved for the Board of County Commissioners, and input is sought from the towns because they have a special role under the code. So in a nutshell, if the improvement district wishes to have a policy say, they need to become a town. But there are other ways that, maybe they can have sort of their say in the matter. And one of the things that can happen is Douglas County could create a community plan for the ranchos and then seek the input from both the residents and also members of the board from the improvement district. That would make some degree of sense. I mean, it's just a possible way to move forward, right? But ultimately, though, everybody's kind of got to stay in their lanes. I mean, the board can't extend the powers of an improvement district beyond that which is contained in code. So they need to be mindful of what they're doing in this regard. And also, it's important to recognize that policy really is the Board of County Commissioners' role. And establishing policy is their purview, creating ordinances and what have you. So we got just a sticky situation here where I think, improvement district is getting big enough and, people are going to them, asking them questions about things that are happening within their community. But really what we need to do is maybe coordinate this effort by the county and then kind of like figure out a way to fit the improvement district into that plan of action. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so is it your view that this is really a Board of County Commissioners issue that they need to take up?
Well, I mean, okay, first of all, you got to look at this in the context. I mean, this arose in the context of the master plan. The Planning Commission has primacy over establishing what the master plan is, the scope. And so the Planning Commission approved the master plan without the improvement district's community plan that they developed. And the primary reason, of course, is because the improvement district isn't authorized under law to create such a plan. So, if the Planning Commission adopts, a community plan from an improvement district, it's tacitly saying to the improvement district, oh, now you're going beyond your limited role as an improvement district. So, you got to avoid stepping on these landmines as you move forward. Now, the Board of County Commissioners, if say, for example, the Ranchos area wanted to become a town, the board would have to be involved in that. It's a very specific, complicated, sort of long drawn out process to become a town, but the board would have the authority to approve that. And then if the Ranchos becomes a town, then they would have the ability to have, advisory role the same way that Genoa and Minden and Gardnerville currently have.
But they don't want to become a town. So is it the responsibility of the Board of County Commissioners to facilitate creating this community plan for the Ranchos?
Not if the board doesn't want to.
But if the board wants to,
The board could, I guess, create a community plan in the context of a master plan. I mean, I'm not sure what Sam and Tom were, what happened during that process or what their thoughts are on the subject. But, if they do a community plan, though, it would, I think, be wider and bigger than just the improvement district service area. So that's the problem, is the boundaries don't coincide exactly with where the community is in its entirety.
okay. But you did suggest that a way forward would be for the Board of County Commissioners to create a community plan.
No, I didn't suggest. I
No.
said that is a possible path. I'm not making a recommendation to the board on what they should or should not do.
Okay,
At all.
you're saying that that is a possible path.
Yes.
Do you see any legal reason why they couldn't do that?
A community plan in the context of the master plan? No. I mean, I think they could do that, but again, the service area for the improvement district does not align 100% with, the community. So I don't know how you'd work that, but I'm sure there's probably a way to do it.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate your feedback on that, and I think that is an area that we need to explore with the Board of County Commissioners. I think that's an agenda. It's an agenda for them. What role would the Planning Commission have in that?
The Planning Commission has primacy over amendments to the master plan. All amendments to the master plan have to go through the Planning Commission as a matter of law.
And
they're the ones who create the master plan. The board only adopts what the Planning Commission has done. So really, the Planning Commission has a great deal of authority for the master plan under the NRS.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the Planning Commission could create a community plan?
I'm not suggesting, I'm saying that is a possible course of action.
That's a
but I'm not
possibility.
recommending. Yeah, I want to make it very clear.
Okay.
I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know how Sam has a lot, Sam Booth has a big role in that process. So maybe he can weigh in on his thoughts on the subject as well.
What you're saying, Sam Taylor, and if I can interpret a little bit, Nick, is if we were to solicit the views of residents of the Gardnerville Ranchos, not the GID, the residents of the entire community, for modifications they wanted to make to the master plan, we could do that. But that would be a master plan amendment.
Right. Understood.
Right.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, there's community plans, like, for example, Runesroth, or the different areas of Douglas County have their own plans. So, how those are broken out is not something that I get to determine. That's, sort of up to the Planning Commission and also planning staff and community development.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Nick. Anybody else on the Planning Commission want to weigh in on this topic? Okay. Any concluding comments, Nick, or do you want to move forward? We'll take your last item.
I think we can move forward.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this to the Planning Commission. We'll close that item and move to agenda item 6. And this is also for discussion only. Review of county requirements, including zoning and health safety issues for locating a meat processing facility and possible amendments to the development code to clarify location requirements. Nick, you can issue your comments or ask questions. There is one piece of information. It's on packet page 90, and Sam can share that if you want to refer to that explanation of the Douglas County Code. But I'll turn it over to you, Nick. Nick, you're muted right now, so can you start back again? There you go.
Thank you, Kirk. I asked this agenda to be added for a couple of reasons. First, I think it's important that we try and do everything we can to support our ranching community. There was a lot of support from the ranching community for a meat processing plant. And historically, this valley has had a meat processing facility. And I think if we want to continue our rural heritage and support ranchers going forward, we should have a meat processing plant in the valley to service small and medium ranchers. The second reason that I wanted this agenda item was to use the opportunity to inform the public about where it's appropriate from a zoning perspective to cite a meat processing plant. And I had a meeting with Tom and Sam, and they did a good job of explaining to me about what the zoning requirements are for a meat processing plant and the special permitting that's required. So I'm going to ask Sam to kind of review that for the public. And then the third reason is I'd like to see if there's some way that we couldn't get ahead of this issue as a planning department because of all the consternation and the issue that happened in the recent past over this particular issue. I'd like to see if there isn't some way to get ahead of it from a zoning and regulation standpoint, because a meat processing plant prevents obviously siting issues and waste management issues that maybe we could address ahead of time, so that if someone is going to come forth and want to open such a plant, they would have a very clear idea about what they were going to be required to do for that siting of such a plant. So those are the three reasons that I wanted to bring this forward.
Thank you, Nick. Sam Booth, before you go ahead and give a short explanation, I think on the first and the third points, Nick, we have to be very careful that we as members of the Planning Commission, either individually or collectively, are not favoring a particular industry, favoring a particular product, favoring or engaging in activities that would be construed as going on one side or the other of the issue. We take issues that come to us. It's not necessarily a practice that we want to engage in moving an agenda of a particular industry or particular entity forward. So with that cautionary expression in mind, Sam, I know we have the explanation on page 90 of the packet. Do you want to try and address Nick's thoughts, perhaps in a generic fashion as to what's allowed, and then we can explore it further?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Sam Booth for the record. Let me just share the attachment that we had in the packet, as you said, on page 90. What I attached here and highlighted is the use table from Douglas County Code 20.654 and 658. So it's for agricultural and forest and range uses, as well as the commercial and industrial uses. And you can see that a commercial meat and poultry processing facility is allowed within a A19 zoning or an FR19 or FR40, forest and range 19 acre, forest and range 40 acre, with a special use permit. And that's indicated by the S there. On the table, just a little bit of explanation. I think I see it at the top here. The P means permitted by right. So you could just go in and pull your building permits and start. A D means a design review is required from staff. And an S is a special use permit, which, as you know, comes to the Planning Commission for approval. So commercial meat and poultry processing is listed under those two zoning districts. And the only other place that's listed in the code is under a general industrial zoning district. And again, it requires the S special use permit. So a couple of points there. Number one, that no one can come into the county and locate a meat and poultry processing facility without coming to the Planning Commission for a special use permit and needing that approval. And then these are the only 3 zoning districts in which it's allowed. So to Nick's question or point about, where in the county, could or would one be located? The first indication would be to look for these zoning districts. And if you find a vacant parcel or site there, you're a little further down the road, because now you can at least apply for that special use permit. Beyond that, the code does have within the definition for commercial meat and poultry processing some requirements there, and a limit on number of animals and some other requirements for the effluent and the approvals there. And so you would also have to meet those requirements. I think we discussed with Nick, Tom and I know Sam Taylor as well, some of the environmental reviews that are associated with this, the septic or sewer discharge, as well as the water usage, if it's on a well, at least, would be approved by NDEP, the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. So that's a state department that reviews those applications. And the Planning Commission's purview is going to be, essentially on that particular site, and is it appropriate for the use? And I think, Nick pointed out some concerns potentially. One thing that when I discussed this with Nick that I brought up, I think we talked earlier about the goals and priorities for the department, and one of those being updating Title 20 in the Development Code. I think there's opportunity for the county and the Planning Commission to review the definition for commercial meat and poultry processing, and review adding additional standards under the approvals or the requirements there. And what comes to mind is the similarities to a confined animal feeding operation, or other large agricultural uses that almost have the same type of impact as an industrial use. And I think that's why it's allowed in a general industrial zoning. And things that you'd be looking for is confined feeding operations or other large ag uses like that often have a distance that they're set back from the nearest subdivision or the nearest residence, maybe even retail or commercial uses. And that's usually a straight line distance, maybe from building to building, that we could look at adding. There could be further requirements about locating in floodplains, and other types of standards that we can write into the definition that's required if someone were to come forward with a special use permit. And I think part of the other benefit to that is that any landowner or developer applicant that's looking for that would know, as soon as they look at the development code, read that definition and see those standards, they would know not only the zoning districts that they should be looking at, but the maybe an elaborated version of the conditions that applied to that development when they come forward with the special use permit. And I think that's the best way that we can try to assist in the process. And since we're talking about updating the code, I think it could fit right in there. Another thing I know that we would be doing with any code update is reviewing the use tables and each of these required steps for approval to see, are there other zoning districts that should be added, that should be allowable with a special use permit or design review or those type of things. And we could evaluate that as well.
Thank you, Sam. That was very good explanation. Nick, did you want to follow up?
No, I think those are great suggestions. As Sam mentioned, one of the objectives of his organization is to review Section 20 or Title 20. So I think it would be great to fold that as an action item into that project.
Thank you, Nick. We got a lot on our plate with Title 20. I think I know Maureen is chomping in the bit, and Mark and Brian and Bryce have all made comments, and I'm sure Christy and I can add about 40 more hours to the staff workload. Mark, I'll recognize you for comments.
So when we had the last meat processing facility and it was turned down by the Board of County Commissioners, they did not like the location. I'm going to tell you that I don't know of any place in this county where somebody's not going to raise a stink about the location. So I think it would be the only way, if I was to want to build a meat processing facility, that I would even think about looking in Douglas County would be if it was permitted by right in some zoning district. And, you know, now we're going way outside the lines, but, you know, maybe you say if you have, I don't know, 50 acres and you put it, you know, in the middle of 50 acres, it's permitted by right because you're a long ways away from everybody. But, you know, I don't know how else to do it because I don't think anybody's going to come to Douglas County if they have to go through a special use permit process.
Thank you very much, Mark. Maureen.
I agree with Mark. I think the biggest threat to agriculture here in Douglas County and all aspects of it is the continuing encroachment of residential into the ag lands. And until that's addressed, like Mark said, there's going to be somebody screaming about some aspect of agriculture, whether it's the smell of the cows or flies that come in part of the year or whatever. And unless the political will is there of the Planning Commission and the elected officials, I don't see it happening. And I like Mark's idea of making it something that's done by right, not by political will.
Thank you, Maureen. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. Anybody else want to weigh in on this particular agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close that item 6, and we'll move to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. We don't traditionally have closing public comment when we do the in-person meetings, but I am allowing it at this particular meeting, not necessarily set a precedent as we might move forward. Hopefully we will be moving forward with in-person meetings in the not too distant future. But since we had a long agenda, I'm happy to allow closing public comment. Public comment can also be provided in a written fashion. So Colleen, I'm not sure if you've had to leave or if you've turned things over to Michelle or Nikki or Sam, but is
Still here.
Thank you very much, Colleen. You're a trooper here. We appreciate your good assistance. If you have closing public comment, either recorded public comment or those individuals who are still on the Zoom meeting, we'll be happy to entertain those now.
Both Ellie and Jim would like to comment, so I'll go forward with Ellie right now.
Thank you.
Hey, I think I'm unmuted. Ellie Waller. In the minutes from the January commissioner meeting, Commissioner Walder, as members of the Planning Commission, this is your words, I know much of our agenda is driven by applications and those are contained in statute or in code as to how we consider those items. Any individual planning commissioner may request relevant topics be placed on the agenda provided that the request is timely. At the chair's discretion, the topic may be postponed. That would have been a good idea for item 1, my comment, but no later than the next regular meeting. I just want to emphasize to the members of the Planning Commission that this is your Planning Commission. We don't have to just deal with items that come before us as part of your regular meeting. You're entitled to place topics on the agenda. How does the public, or who should they contact if they have ideas that make sense? I mean, saying that you guys are entitled is a perception issue for me now. That can I recommend something? And since I've got public comment, I'm going to keep talking. I'm glad to see the Tahoe area plan going forward. We need to take in consideration the VHR. needs to be updated, the code right away, so it goes in. The South Shore one will need to be updated. Now that brings me to community plans in the valley. I've been told countless times that our community plans would be updated. With bringing up this packing plant or processing plant, the communities need to weigh in on what or what not should or want to be in their location. And I'm not against development, but we should have the right for where we live to play a part of the process. I will just put my comments in writing for your next meeting. But again, I would have commented on the subdivision one. The Big George and Riverwood specific plan, I think approved up to 1,300 units, although it shows units approved where I don't say that Buckeye Farm has 2,218 units approved. So I think there's some anomaly there in that process. I just think I'm looking forward to a better process. This process is a progress in work. I understand that, but sometimes discussion items like item number 3, I think you asked for things to be done. That's an action. So again, that's a misnomer. The decision on what that is made by somebody there. Again, there's just a process breakdown for public comment still. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Okay, Jim Slade, if you'd like to unmute.
Yes, for the record, Jim Slade. Your actions to approve an extension on item 1 reminded me of the infamous words from Congress a few years back. We'll read the bill after we approve it. You have no idea what was approved, and neither does the public. Member Olin spoke of giving them what they need, but the applicant has no idea what they need because it's just a concept, as he stated. If you had chosen to limit them to 38 feet, I'm sure they would have found a way to do so. Likewise, if it was 35 feet. Aesthetic considerations are not what major variances are made to accommodate. If you read the actual wording of the required findings, you would recognize that. I was not objecting to the project as a whole or its location. I did object to the variance, the findings of which cannot be met, and no reasonable explanation of how it actually comports with those required findings was put forward. Remember, Oland asked last month what the direction from the new county commissioner was regarding development. For those members who had not listened to the January 4th board meeting, where they expressed their goals and priorities going forward, I provided a synopsis of that in the opening public comment. One aspect that was mentioned by more than one commissioner was to limit or control variances. Obviously, the planning commission chose to ignore that today, even though it was clear that the required findings were not met, saying essentially give them what they want is contrary to the county code and offensive to the public. The county commissioners from their comments expect staff and the planning commission to be more diligent in assessing whether or not proposals meet the letter and intent of the required findings. If you don't, I suspect that you will have a great many of your advisory recommendations overturned by the board. On item 4, it's unfortunate that the entire staff PowerPoint was not available to the planning commission or the public prior to the meeting. Why not? The earlier that the planning commission and the public are able to have access to that material, the better. Just presenting it at the meeting and expecting everyone, you and us, to be able to incorporate that info into their considerations is inconsiderate and unnecessary. Would have been helpful to have beforehand the hard work that member Klutz had put into his chart as well. Finally, members of the public who take the time to express their opinion on what they believe is in the public interest should be encouraged. And that public comment is protected by the open meeting law. Any planning commissioner who finds public comment so intrusive and annoying that he feels the need to belittle people who do so should resign from public office. Good night.
Any other public comment, Colleen?
Nope, that's it so far.
Okay, I wrote down on my sheet that we started public comment at 2:23. I now have 2:29. So I believe we've gone at least 5 minutes in extended public comment for that time period. So if there's no other comments from the planning commission.
Chairman, I think you meant to say 5:29.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at my clock and it's not digital, so I have to interpret 5:23 we started, 5:29 we finished. So thank you very much, Bryce. If that's the only mistake I made today, I'm doing well, right? So I thank you all for your good participation. I do want to thank the staff again. I know Colleen stayed extra late and did yeoman's work getting the materials on this. So I thank you very much. Michelle and Nikki, thank you. Thank you to SOSU TV for their assistance and all of the county staff as usual. We appreciate all your hard work and we appreciate the participation of the members of the public. So thank you very much. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 5:30. Thank you.
Kirk, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.